Hello? Hold up. Ooh, it's a bit more professional now. Okay. Okay. Let's log out of Discord real quick. Doop, doop, doop. Nice. Okay. Cool, cool. Hello. Uh, I'm back. It's been a while since I last streamed. It's been a while since I last talked to anyone. But I'm here. I'm eating. I'm very tired. But yeah. I'm eating this thing, which is which is there it is. Ryokukbap. This is seaweed soup with rice, but it comes in this cup form. So it's kind of like, like cup ramen, but instead of cup ramen, it's like cup rice. They always have these at the convenience store. It's like if you buy them three at a time, then you can get them 2+1 deal. So it's like $9 per cup. So it's a $3 meal that I'm having. I'm very tired. I spent the last, what, like 24 hours, I think? The last 24 hours building this stream. So as you might notice, it's a bit different looking from before, but I spent a very long time making this. Yeah, let me show you what I've done. Yeah, the overlay. I just finished making the overlay and stuff, and I not just the overlay. I actually completely revamped the follow alert as well as the raid alert. But nobody's gonna raid me, so you won't be able to see that. But I made a new follower alert, and I think it looks pretty sick. But like, I don't know. I'm not quite satisfied with it. Yeah. Did you did you unfollow me just to follow me again, just to see the alert? I think it looks pretty neat. But the problem that I have come across is that one, I don't like the sound because I'm just kind of borrowing Twitch's sound, and also it's very it drops a lot of frames every time it actually goes live because my computer, I guess, just can't handle all of that stuff happening. And so it's really sad, big sad. And also the raid alert. I made the raid alert. The raid alert's also kind of cool. You know, what am I doing? Let me just show you, first of all, before I get ahead of myself. Please allow me to chew for a second. But, so this is the new starting soon scene. So it's got the same, like, overlay pattern, but then it's got, like, the little Twitch chat on the bottom. And then this is my face cam with chat on the side. And even this thing, like trying to get the chat box inside, like the with the shadow, but like not have the shadow on the top and the bottom, just so that it looks kind of like a piece of paper, like a piece of paper that's like slid on top of another piece of paper, but like it's like not cut on the top. Like to get the shadows on the side and have it like kind of transition into white, that was a bit of a hassle to come up with, but I did it. That took me like maybe 30 minutes to an hour to do. And then my next scene, this is just a full face cam. This one also has a chat box to the right side, and this one does have shadows on all three sides. And then on the top left corner, I like put this little bunny, but it's like slightly translucent. That's a little detail that I decided to put in. And then this is basically the same thing, but now I have my face on the bottom, and then chat box. The chat box. It's, there we go. That's better. But now we have the chat on the side, and also kind of like the same thing. Why is there a quote? Oh, never mind. There we go. Now it's gone. And then this is another one that I've been working on. This is a slightly more minimalist thing, but the problem with this one is that I have to completely redo the alert because now it's on the side. So I need to have my alert like go sideways instead of going up and down. So that's still a work in progress. But yeah, compare that to, oh, also just like a very minor detail, but like when transitioning from scenes, it now like fades to this yellow color. Kind of neat, I guess. But like to compare that to what I used to have, this was, oh, I seem to have gotten rid of a lot of things. But anyways, it just looks a bit more lively. It looks like it has a bit more character now, which I'm glad. But let's go back to this. Actually, no, hold on. Let me go back to window capture. Because I want to show you what the alerts look like in their full glory, in their video.mov file format. So, also, is my chewing like annoying? I'm trying to chew very softly, but like, I don't know if it comes off as just like really aggressive and like disgusting sounding through the microphone. But anyways, this is the follower alert. Oh. Okay, you didn't notice until I pointed it out. That's good. I'm glad that it's not too big of an issue then. But yeah. So this is the video format. This is for the follow alert, but without the name because obviously it's not hooked up to Twitch. But so that's pretty simple, I think. Oh, another thing that I just noticed. You probably can't hear it because I don't have the audio hooked up. And also, I don't know what it's like on Twitch, but like for me, it's obviously buttery smooth. But I don't know what it's like on Twitch's end. Like, is it still choppy? I guess I can kind of look, but I feel like that's cheating. Oh, we can do let's have a bit of Inception. Okay, there was no sound. That's what I thought. I honestly am such a boomer. I have no idea how Twitch works, and so I don't know. We're gonna have a bit of Inception. I want to see what the playback of this is like on Twitch, as I'm watching Twitch through Twitch on Twitch. So, wait, how the? Because there's a bit of delay, right? So, oh shit. Let me prime myself up for this. Okay. Nice, nice. Okay. It is pretty smooth. Nice. Okay, anyways, what was I doing? Oh my god. I am so sleep deprived. My mind is just bouncing all over the place. Right, let me show you what the raid alert looks like now. I'm quite proud of this one, but unfortunately, I don't really like the what is it? The sound design, because I just kind of borrowed a little haphazardly a couple of sound bits off of YouTube, but you're not gonna be able to hear that, which is I think even more disappointing than the actual sound design itself, because I did work on the sound design, but yeah. So this is the follower, not follower, the raid alert. Yeah. So the thing about the raid alert is that, like, well, with all of my alerts, I want there to be animation to it, right? Yeah, let me go back to face. Uh, it's much bigger. Does it take over the whole screen? Yeah, it does. Holy shit. It is so hot. I'm turning off the light. Sorry. Pardon me as I turn off the light. But it does cover the whole screen, and I kind of want it to. Just because, like, a raid is a big deal. So I kind of want it to be, like, this big, like, wow, someone's raiding. But to kind of counterbalance that, I did try to shorten it a little bit. It's only like half a second, or like maybe a second that it like covers the whole screen. But I guess I could go to Stream Elements actually. Oh, this is it's gonna be very scuffed, but I could go to Stream Elements, and I could do the raid alert, right? By having a mock raid through Stream Elements. So let's see if this works. Kind of, kind of. It is still a bit like jumpy. The whole thing doesn't like show up in its entirety, but that was kind of the vibe that I wanted. And if I went to say like this full screen cam and I did the raid alert from here, so I kind of wanted the top and the bottom border to like stay consistent, and so like it kind of like pops up and then covers the camera bit, but it doesn't cover the whole screen from like the top to bottom. I don't know. I thought that would look kind of cool. But also, what I really wanted to do with it, and something that I haven't been able to do because I'm just not a skilled artist, is I want it to be like, I want there to be animation, kind of like with the follower alert, where like the one, like you had the little character guy like come in and like wave and then like pop back out. I want something like that, but like the character kind of like gets hit on the back of the head, and then there's like a face plant slide across the screen, and then like a horde comes from behind him, and then like as the purple box like moves over, everything gets like pushed aside. It's very hard to explain that without like any visuals, but unfortunately, I'm just not good enough of a of an artist to even remotely come close to that. And so it's I'm a bit at a loss right now. Honestly, I don't think I'm ever gonna get rated anytime soon. So it might have been just a complete waste of time to put this much effort into something that probably won't be seen like by anyone ever. But I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it, and I feel like every everything that I do kind of is building up experience because of just how like amateurish I am at everything regarding Twitch. I feel like anything can be practice. So I don't know. Oh, voice gamer, hi, hi. I didn't know you were watching. I opened up Twitch like just now, and I noticed that you have gone live multiple times, and I wasn't there to watch any of them, so I wanted to apologize. I didn't know you would be going live so frequently. But yeah, I really appreciate that you have me on your auto host list. That's really that's honestly such a huge I don't know, an honor, I guess. It's awesome that you did that for me, but I don't know. I feel like our our audiences won't like mesh well, because like I don't think Crunker players would be interested in like my day to day life. I don't know. But anyways, let me go back to explaining my raid alert. Just because I'm very passionate about this, because I spent the entire day, and by day I mean like actually more than 24 hours just straight working on all of these things, and I wanted to go through these because like I'm just that excited about what I did. But anyways, let me go to window capture real quick. Okay, so it starts off on the bottom right corner, and then you have like this little purple guy, and it comes up, and like it comes up to the regular size as all the other colors on the border, but it like comes up, and then it like kind of struggles a little bit to pop through, and then it pops through to the other side, and it reaches the top, and then like kind of goes backwards a little bit before popping out this way, and then it like shows up with like the word raid on it, and like right here at this pop, I want there to be like a little character who gets like knocked over by the box that like comes over, and like it gets knocked over and it face plants, and then like his head pops up and he looks behind him and he notices a massive horde like coming from him from the right hand side, and then like he kind of gets trampled over, but then the box comes over this way, and then it knocks everything back towards the left, and so it like gets traveled all the way over here, and it kind of just gets like hit off screen. I kind of want that to happen, but like to animate that, oh geez, I have no idea how I would animate that besides drawing them frame by frame, and I honestly don't have the skill to animate that frame by frame. And if I were to learn how to animate that frame by frame, I feel like that would take me at least a month just to learn how to do it, and then maybe another month to actually properly execute it. And I don't know if I want to put that much of an investment on something like this. Granted that I have nothing else to really show for it, because like the most important thing is the content that I make, and not necessarily how pretty my stream looks. And yeah, I'll be honest, I feel like all this effort that I put into all of this is actually just me kind of procrastinating, because I definitely I need to get a new video out. But because it's such a hassle to make a video, I just kind of I've been kind of pushing it off by having these things fill up my time, even though they are objectively less of a priority on my list of things that I have to do. But like, I don't know. It was very fun though. I feel like it's more fun because it doesn't have a deadline though. I feel like my videos, like they need to come out, so they have this weight to them, and like kind of like a quasi or a phantom deadline to it, and I just kind of been wanting to put it off because strictly because like it's something that has to get done, whereas like making my stream look pretty is something that doesn't really need to be done at all. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely something that a lot of people go through, but not a lot of people necessarily put into words. Or if they do, because I don't hang out with enough people, I haven't heard it. So I feel like this is all things that are just like brewing in my head, and like nobody else can really connect with me. But then if I sit down and think about it, I'm like, wait, I feel like a lot of people could connect with this. But yeah, especially with like college, I remember like obviously like Sky Blue. Do I call you Sky or Sky Blue on Twitch? Like, what do I call you? But with college, I think I felt that pressure in high school, especially. But because high school had such an obvious deadline to it that you're going to graduate and immediately, ooh, and then immediately after there was college, and so it felt like there was a buffer. But then with college, like there's nothing necessarily after college lined up for you unless you put it there yourself. So if you don't get a job, then there's nothing for you after college, like there is college after high school. And because of that I don't know expectation, it made college significantly less enjoyable. It made it so much more stressful than high school ever was, despite high school being much harder academically for me than college has ever been. And so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, other Sky doesn't watch Twitch, so I guess like we don't have to get them confused. Low chance of it. And with voice, I don't know what it's like for you, honestly, because you're a couple years ahead of me in life. I have no idea what your life story is like, but I feel like with doing Twitch, as like, what is it? A hobby, or is it more like you're earning money off of it? So I guess it's a hobby that has some kind of monetary return, which is crazy to me because I have never had a hobby that earns money. But like, I don't know, depending on whether or not you're doing this as a hobby or if you're doing this as a career, I feel like that pressure is definitely something. Like everything that you've gone through, I feel like I will go through, just because you're a couple years ahead of me in that development phase. So I don't know. Hobby that pays. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I think with Twitch, I want it to be a hobby. I want to enjoy it as a hobby, but I definitely know at the back of my mind I am always hoping and desperately wishing that it becomes a career. And I feel like that kind of just ruins something about it. I don't know. It is so hot. It is so hot. Also, and this is really difficult. How do people stream and eat? Is that something like do they? I guess I've. It's because I've never watched other streamers eat on stream, but it just feels very rude. Because I'm just like I'm talking with people, but I'm also chewing at the same time. It feels very bizarre. You do great videos on YouTube, and you could already be pulling some of those people well over to Twitch. But you'd have to get some kind of schedule going, even if it's just one time a week. And, yeah, I guess I think that's one thing that I'm starting to appreciate now that I am by myself. That I am basically an adult. At first, I thought not having a schedule would be like this awesome like liberation, and that I'll feel so much happier and feel so much more like free without having a schedule. But I just feel um, pretty terrible without having a schedule because there's nothing for me to do, and I don't have the initiation or the determination and perseverance to do something completely by myself consistently. And I feel kind of awful about it because every day just kind of goes by like the next, and then I'm just kind of stuck doing nothing. even though there's so much to do and I have so much time, I feel like I'm wasting my time. And it just makes me feel even more depressed because when I had a schedule, it's like, oh, I could be doing so many other things, but I'm stuck to the schedule. And that made me depressed. But now, because I have nothing to do and I'm still not doing anything, that makes me even more depressed because I feel like, holy shit, I have all this time, but I'm not doing anything. Am I really just like, like, what's wrong with me? And it makes me dislike myself even more. And it's just hard to stay motivated when there's nothing else to really push you. Maybe it's something that goes away once I have a decent connection with people. Because I've been living by myself for over a year now, and it's honestly kind of a depressing life because there's nobody to talk to. And yeah, like I live, I'm a pretty big introvert, so I can stand being by myself a whole lot, and I'm pretty comfortable with it. But just because I'm comfortable with it and that I'm used to it, I don't think it means that it's actually healthy for me. And I had to kind of go out of my way to make connections with other people, or else I'm just gonna wallow away by myself, and just just stay forever alone. Um, I don't know. That went on a very odd tangent. I feel like I just kind of been rambling. Oh, and yeah, mukbangs are popular. I think with mukbangs though, it's like mukbangs have this ASMR quality to them, don't they? Like they have really good microphones and like they eat intentionally into the mic because like the sound quality is good enough to do that. But I feel like with like this shitty microphone right here, having a mukbang, a scuffed mukbang is worse than not having a mukbang at all. Like if there was a graph, well, I guess it has to be this way. Anyways, like if there was a graph, and like this is quality, and then this is the quality of your microphone, and then this is like the quality of stream. With mukbangs, there's nothing here. Like the quality of microphone, uh, like it goes down to the negatives, and then like it only once you get to a decent mic quality, then it's like it's passable because at that point it becomes something else. Um, it's very hard to make grass with only two hands. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, as long as nobody complains too hard about it, then I guess it's fine. Is that why people watch mukbang? Mm. So, with mukbangs, right? Because mukbang was started in Korea, I think, and so There's been a lot of Korean people who discussed why people watch mukbangs, and the conclusion that they come to is that at least in Korea, everybody, more and more people aren't having a lot of time to socialize and hang out with other people, but they still desire that connection. And so instead of just like eating alone in your own one room apartment and just eating by yourself, if you turn on a stream and a streamer is like also eating, then it can kind of, in this parasocially, it feels like you're eating with that other person, even if you're not physically together. And so it's kind of like one of the many ways that people have, I guess, circumvented their own like lacking, like something that they're lacking, and they've managed to circumvent that by like using the internet somehow. And then also, I think there's also an ASMR quality to it. People who just enjoy soft, quiet sounds, or just like having some kind of sound or having some kind of like audio stimulus while they're doing something can be relaxing. And so when they hear other people chewing, especially like really crunchy food, then I guess like in the same way people find ASMR, standard ASMR appealing, eating ASMR can also be like appealing, can also like scratch that similar itch. I don't know. I think at least that's what has been told to me by other people. I don't consume ASMR or mukbang content, so I wouldn't really know. But I swear, whenever I stream, it gets so much harder because the computer just like starts dying and it keeps radiating so much heat that it just feels like the room gets like 2 degrees or 3 degrees hotter, and it's honestly really disgusting. I feel disgusting. It's also the talking bit too. I usually never talk this much on a normal day-to-day basis, and talking burns calories. And I also just feel like there is a bit of that nervousness too. It's like because I'm talking to other people, because I'm actually putting myself like out there, that makes me even more nervous, and that kind of results in me sweating a lot more. And so all of those things combined just adds to a very unpleasant physical experience. How many liters is this? This is a, I wonder if this is a 2 liter bottle. I have 2 of them. I used to have 6 because they sell them in packs of 6, but I couldn't bring all 6 of them, so I only have 2. I guess it's not something that I ever really noticed until I started streaming, that people have pointed out that it's odd to have water bottles this big. But maybe it's just because I've lived around Asian people my whole life. Like, this was not all that strange to me at all. Like, it completely flew over me that, like, this is not something that you typically see in the US. But now that after thinking about it a little bit, I guess it is true. I have not seen water bottles of this size. Even though I've seen, like, soda bottles of this size, I've never seen water bottles of this size often. I guess most people wouldn't have a need to buy water bottles in the US that are this big, but in Korea they do. In the US we don't ever see huge water bottles, but in other locations it is for sure. Okay, yeah. You do you, voice gamer. You come in, go out. Honestly, I am just so happy for having been able to meet you, because you have done so much for me already, despite me not having done anything. So it just kind of feels like you're a bit of, yeah, it's just like I'm eternally grateful. Also, Sky, I've never seen a 2 liter water bottle before. Yeah, I think I don't know if it's like not a thing, like completely never not a thing, because it has to be a thing. Maybe you can like find it at Costco or something, but it's like kind of obscure. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Wholesome moment. Thank you, voice gamer. Yeah. I'm trying to think of reasons for why anyone in America would need a 2 liter bottle of water. And it is kind of, yeah, like, there isn't really a use for it, I guess. Like, they have like mini bottles of water, and then like standard bottles of water, and then they completely skip every other size, and then they go to like the huge the jugs of water. Well, I guess they have gallons of water, and then they have like huge jugs of water, but they don't really have anything like as an in between standard bottle and gallon of water. Because we buy our own water bottles that are large, but not those types. Yeah, like I've seen big bottles. Like obviously they have like again like they have the gallon ones that look like milk jugs, but like it's just water, and then they have huge water containers, like big flasks or like water bottles. Usually in sports that are like this big, but not like plastic water bottles. Yeah, I don't know. I guess honestly though, like most people do just like drink tap water in the U.S., which probably kind of makes these a little obsolete. Um, but in Korea, nobody drinks tap water. Like it's kind of like a taboo to drink tap water, so nobody drinks it, which is probably why they have such big water bottles. Ah, ah. Also, I don't know if anybody would be interested in this because I'm trying to think of like if I want to keep doing Twitch, then I have to make content that people would watch. And the only way I can make content that people would watch is if I watch some Twitch. And I'm watching some Twitch channels, and some of these Twitch channels, I'll be honest, they have like thousands and thousands, almost some even like hundreds of thousands of followers, and they get like hundreds to thousands of viewers. But it's kind of like boring. Like I've watched some Twitch clips, and a lot of Twitch channels have YouTube channels that like have highlights and clips of their channel, and their past streams, and like that makes sense. And those bits, like those videos, are funny, and fine. But like the actual live stream itself tends to be very very boring. Like there's so much dead space, and sometimes it's a lot of dead space, and it just kind of feels very awkward. And I also thought like because I want to do like real life streaming because I don't have the physical capabilities to like do video game streaming because my computer just can't handle video games. And so I've been looking at some real life streamings, and some of these streamers, like, I have never sat, like, gotten into a stream of, like, somebody, say, like, working out. Like, they title their stream, like, workout stream. But then I go into the stream, and every time I went into the stream, like, they're not actually working out. They're just, like, sitting in front of the computer or, like, in front of their Twitch chat. And they're, like, not working out. And so I don't really have a good, I guess, my sample pool is still a bit too small for me to make an accurate assessment. But if I were to do real life streaming, like, would I just stream my life and all the things that I'm doing, just as it is? Because I feel like that'd be really boring to watch. Like, even if I'm working out, like, why would anybody want to watch someone else work out? Unless, like, they want to work out too. But if they're, like, in Twitch chat, then, like, how are they working out and also simultaneously typing into Twitch chat? So I feel like the majority of people who are watching workout streams aren't actually there to work out. So, like, what's the entertainment in watching somebody else work out? I don't know. Like, I'm sure there's some kind of market for it, which is why it exists. But like for me to make real life streaming content that involves like my day to day activities, which includes me working out, like, why would somebody watch that? And I'm having a hard time grasping with that, which is kind of putting me on the fence of even trying to do that type of content in the first place. I don't know. I feel like it'll be exposing in ways that I can't quite fathom yet. But I don't think it'll be a very pleasant experience to work out in stream. Even just like eating on stream feels a little bit bizarre to me. And like, but eating on stream and like getting ready for bed on stream, or like even sleeping on stream, like that's really bizarre. Like that must take some kind of like, I don't know. Like, that just feels like such an odd thing to do, to to sleep on stream. But people do it, and that's kind of bizarre to me. Like, what's the entertainment in watching someone sleep? And then like, I thought, what if like I stream myself working on my YouTube videos? Like maybe that will be like a good way to keep me motivated to work on my like next video or something like that. And then I thought about it some more and I figured actually it'll be the complete opposite. I'll be too busy streaming to actually work on the video. So like I don't know. I thought at first streaming would be a great way to multitask because like I can make content of me making content, right? Or like there's the content itself, which is like the the finished product. But then like I can stream the part of me making the content, and that in itself could also be more content, and like that makes sense like economically. But like practically speaking, I don't understand how I could be entertaining on stream while at the same time productively working towards like a YouTube video. Like that just feels, I don't know, it just feels like very difficult to do. Because I'm such a terrible multitasker that like I don't think it'll work out well. Be like Ludwig. I do really like that idea, but I feel like that's gonna require a bit of experimentation. Because my current line of videos, I don't think is content that I can make through streaming. Like, for instance, my most recent video, the Thanks 2020 video, I want to make more videos in that style with like cinematic shots and stuff like that. But like, I can't make that kind of content on stream because it's a completely different way of making videos. And so I need to, there are very clearly two distinct types of content, and I don't know if I want to like mix those contents. Like if I were to upload a Ludwig style video on my current YouTube channel, I wonder if that would be like a good thing or not. Well, thank you, Puma. Thank you a lot. Yeah, I feel it feels very I don't know. It still makes me feel kind of weird when somebody's so enthusiastic about something that I'm not even enthusiastic about. But I'm so glad that you found enjoyment in that video. Uh, I hope to make better videos that even top that video. But I think that like kind of got me into a bit of a what do you say? Like it's added pressure to me now because I made that video. I have to make my next video that like in my mind it has to be even better than that one, and because of that pressure, I've been pushing it off. I've been pushing it off so much that I went ahead and completely revamped my stream despite not needing to. But yeah, I'm sorry, Puma. I forgot what I was supposed to call you. Was I? Was your nickname Poogle? Was I supposed to call you Poogle? I forgot. But, yeah, I don't know. Holy shit. Even just like eating. Like, normally I would have finished this uh, in less than 20 minutes, but here I am uh, taking more than like twice the amount of time to finish it. Oh, I feel like Puma. Have I offended you? I didn't mean to offend you. If you don't like the word, if you don't like the nickname Poogle, I can use a different nickname. I can call you something else. Wow. Ah, Poogle is a special name. I see. Okay, I see. I see. All right. Well, I don't know, Poogle. If you're comfortable with me, uh, being a part of that inside joke, then all right. I don't know. If you don't want me to use it though, then I don't have to. I could call you Puma. Well, now what? Like, what do I do? What do I stream? What am I supposed to like do? Um, I don't know. I guess I can work on my YouTube video, I guess. Um, how is that gonna work out? If we can go over to window capture. Uh, Poogle sounds like poodle, but it's on Google. Yeah. What is the story behind Poogle? Is there a story to it that I'm allowed to know? I feel like I mean it's a cute name. I like it. Um, but okay. So why don't I just walk through some of my videos? I'm working on two videos currently, concurrently. One of them is like this day in a life, but it's like a movie. So it's I don't want to have like a voiceover on top of it. Mostly just because I kind of want to make it easier for myself. Because the hardest part to make from from my Thanks 2020 video was the voiceover. Because I didn't have a good mic setup. So getting the takes was just very difficult to do. Uh, and so I kind of want to make a almost like a silent film, but it's not really a silent film because there's still going to be like sound design and sound effects to it, just like no talking bits. So it's kind of like this silent movie that goes through my day in a life, and kind of like going over what I said previously about how my life just kind of feels like because I'm living all by myself, it just feels like every day kind of blends into the next one, and there's like nothing, no forward movement. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like I'm regressing backwards either. So it just literally feels like I'm trapped in time. And so every day just kind of feels the same, and there's no real rhythm or methodology to the way I live my life. And I just wanted to kind of capture that in a video format through just visual context. so no talking bits. Again, like some sound effects to kind of like spice it up a little bit, but like the shots are very. But I think the problem with that is that the shots have to be very intentional. I feel like I can't waste any shots to tell the story, and so I'm stepping away from like YouTube videos to like filmmaking, which is a completely different beast in and of itself. So I feel like because of that, I've been trying to push it off because it's not something that I'm used to doing, and it's something that I don't know. I feel like every video that I make kind of ends up feeling that way, where I try to make it different from the next one, but because or from the last one, and because it's different, I make it harder for myself. But I don't know. Anyways, I'm trying to make that kind of video, like a movie, a day in a life movie. And then the next video that I want to make, this one's a bit more close to a YouTube video style, but I still want to incorporate like some of the movie cinematic clips and like cinematography elements to it. But this is like a video about me taking rap lessons, because I've been taking rap lessons in Korea for a couple of months now, and I wanted to make a video about like just like how that's been, kind of give a rundown of the experience, because I feel like it's kind of unique and different, because not many people even know that you can take rap lessons. So I just feel like the concept itself is, it might be intriguing enough to warrant itself a video, but I don't know. I also realized that I can't look at chat while doing this, so I'll just go over here. Oh, great. Nothing in chat. Nice. But yeah. In terms of, but because I'm working on these videos simultaneously, I kind of, like there's ups and downs to it. On the one hand, if I get bored of one video, I can just work on the other video. But at the other hand, because I'm working on two videos at the same time, now I have to actually I have to finish two videos. So ups and downs to it. I think it's just difficult. The entire video making process isn't actually all that easier. Despite having made like 14 videos already, I feel like it just isn't, it's not getting as easy as I would have thought it would be. Every video is still quite a challenge, especially this rap video one, just because it feels more out of my comfort zone. I have to talk a lot, and I have to really, the brunt of this video is based on how informative it is and how entertaining I can make the topic. And because I'm not very comfortable being in front of a camera, I just feel like this video is harder to kind of make than the day in a life video, which is a lot more close to my style and something that I'm used to doing. Because I don't have to talk. I can hide behind the camera and just let the shots and the camera work kind of speak on their own. And that's just very much like me, because I don't really like talking, and I'm not used to talking, so I just feel like this video is easier in that regard, but also it's harder because I can't talk. I have to really make the shots good. And that in itself, I haven't done that before. I have never made a movie before. And so this is going to be a bit of a toughie. But thankfully, I don't think it's too difficult in terms of like necessarily the execution, or at least like the things that I have to do aren't necessarily difficult. It's just very time consuming. Whereas the taking rap lessons video, this one I think is kind of technically challenging because I have to talk, and I have to not just talk in front of the camera, but I have to be entertaining in front of the camera, and that's something that I just kind of lack practice, and something I have to keep working on, which makes it harder technically. than this one. So I don't know. I think I'm going to, in terms of like the order that I want to release them though, I want to release this Day in a Life movie first, because I just feel like tonally, it uh, kind of feels more appropriate to release this one after my Things 2020 video, and then this taking rap lessons video. This one's a lot more lighthearted. So I feel like rather than sandwiching a lighthearted video between two like semi-serious videos, I'd rather just release two semi-serious videos before finally alleviating that seriousness with like a lighthearted video. I don't know. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. But anyways, Day in a Life movie. I think another thing that's just very difficult about making videos is that because of how dinky and small my room is, it makes doing any form of activity difficult to do. Like, I have a camera, right? I have this camera, and if I want to shoot with this camera a shot of me sitting at the desk in a way that I want to envision it, I need to set the camera like way over here at the farthest reach of my desk. But unfortunately, my bathroom is there to block the camera from moving any further. So this shot isn't actually the shot that I want. It's difficult to just get the shots that I want or the shots that I need purely because there are physical limitations to my surroundings. And I have to learn to adapt and overcome that with ingenuity. But because I'm still kind of new to this whole like movie making and like actually handling a proper camera, like it's still very difficult and I'm learning how to do it, and that just makes the initiation, like the learning curve, so much steeper than it really has to be. And another thing, like if I want to shoot anything back there, like from the back to this way, because I want to film like a behind the head shot, I need to set my camera on top of my bed. But how? Because I can't put a tripod on top of my bed. That's kind of gross. So I need to find a way to put my camera high enough to make the shot usable, so it's not just like getting the back of my chair. But in order to do that, I need to have something that can actually prop up my camera high enough to do that. And I don't have that unless I want to like stack a bunch of boxes, but I don't even have a bunch of boxes. So I have a little bit of Tupperware. So I tried stacking some Tupperware, but I've run out of Tupperware, and that's all that I have. So that's gonna be a no-go as well. So there's all just like these physical limitations that make it so bothersome to like actually start filming, that it discourages me from even like starting or giving up very quickly soon after I start, because there's just so many challenges that are kind of hindering me from wanting to do the things that I want to do. I don't know. And then there's the other problem, which is that this room, or this entire building, I should say, is sound travels very well through the entire building. So if I needed to do some like sound design or like film certain like audio sounds, if I were to use a microphone that is better than like this one, it picks up everything. I can hear what the person behind me, I can hear his entire conversation. And the person on that side, behind that wall, I can hear every single time he goes to the bathroom because our bathrooms are connected. And then I can hear everybody going in and out of the hallway, and all these other sounds that just kind of pollute the hallway. I can hear all of that, and the mic picks them all up too. And so that's kind of problematic. And even just me streaming, I guarantee that whoever is living on this floor right now can actually hear me streaming, which is kind of, it makes me a bit nervous and embarrassed, but like, I don't know who they are and they don't know who I am, so I've learned to kind of pretend that they don't exist. But it still doesn't change the fact that whenever I need to record like important audio bits, I have to just pray to God that no other sound is around, and then just like hope that I get the right take in the least amount of time, and then just like kind of hope for the best. Oh, and then also, this fridge actually makes sound, and so every time I want to record something, I have to unplug the fridge. But if I unplug it for too long, then it starts melting and it starts leaking water and it makes even more sound. So there's like such a small little window of time for me to actually record any important sound bits that it's just so frustrating to even do. And I feel like that's just a me thing, I guess, right? Like there's no, I'm just, they're all just excuses. And no matter how valid the excuse, I guess like an excuse is still an excuse. But still, I just feel like it makes everything so difficult to do. And when there's nobody there to kind of like push you or motivate you, I'm not the type of person to be so strong-willed that I can like overcome all of these excuses and actually like work productively. So I don't know. That was a huge rant. Oops, my bad. But anyways, what am I up to? It's so hot. But yeah, so I guess I'll just go through the script. What am I supposed to do? This feels so awkward. Like I feel like I have to keep doing something in front of the camera, and so any time that I just kind of sink into focus while doing something, I feel like it's just bad, and I just keep trying to like talk and stuff, kind of like really animate myself, and that just, I don't know, like I'm just not used to it. But anyways, let me go through. Let me go through this video. Let me just go through the script. But basically, I want the shot. It starts off with me just kind of like working on my computer, and I want the shot to be from my right, looking this way, and so it can just kind of grab the image of me just kind of like working away at my computer, and that's going to be my opening scene. But because that's my opening scene, if it isn't captivating as an opening scene, I feel like I've kind of failed at my job of making an opening scene. So I've been going back and forth with how to start the video, because I feel like the start is the most important, and if the opening scene isn't captivating, then I've kind of like lost everybody already. Especially because it's going onto YouTube. It's a platform that isn't really meant for movie making in the first place. So I really need to like make a good opening scene, but I don't really know where to go from here, because I need to showcase me working. But if I go in with such like too much of an artistic shot, like maybe it's really close up, with like an f-stop of like 2.5, and like it's way up to my hand, and like it kind of like has this huge like depth of field like blur behind it and stuff like that. It looks cool, but like I don't know if that kind of shot will convey the message that I want. Man, I really wish I could like show what I'm saying on stream, but I can't, because I don't know how. Like, I guess I could show you the viewfinder of this camera to stream to Twitch, and then just kind of show you some of the shots that I have. But I feel like this is so stupid. What am I doing? This is terrible. You know what, on second thought, we're not going to do that. But anyways, just believe me when I say that I want like, I need a good way to like kind of, you know what, fine, fuck this, fuck it, I'm doing it. But like, so I am also using a a free app that allows me to like use my phone as a webcam, but it's kind of stuck on one setting or one quality, and so it's just like, so it kind of just doesn't, this isn't the best quality that my camera could produce, but like this is what we're stuck with. Anyways, oh my god, holy shit. What am I doing? But so basically, I'm debating between having a shot that's kind of like wide angle like this, but it's not even wide because I don't have the space to do a proper wide shot. So I'm just kind of stuck with this kind of mediocre medium shot, and that's kind of a no-go. So I'm still kind of struggling with that. Or I could have something a bit more like close up, field, like depth of field is very blurry, but like something like that. And so this is obviously some coat hangers, but the reason why I have a shot of coat hangers is because I want to showcase me doing laundry kind of very candidly, because it is a day in a life, and so obviously I want to showcase me doing the laundry, just to kind of add to the feeling that there is that the entire world is a bit sluggish. And so doing something as simple as just like chores, like doing laundry, I feel like that will be a good way to project that feeling, where I'm just doing laundry. Like it's a chore. I'm just doing laundry, and usually that wouldn't make good content, but in this case, that's kind of the point, because my day isn't interesting in the slightest, and I want to somehow capture that essence of like non-excitement through something as mundane as doing the laundry. The laundry, speaking of which, like I have to hang everything up here because my room is so small. So like that's the bed, and then that's the laundry. And I want to also just, by doing all of these chores, I want to kind of emphasize how small and limited the room is, because they're gonna notice that like the desk is right here, and then right behind the desk is the bed where I go to sleep, and right above the bed is where I hang my laundry, and right to the right of that is my bathroom, and then immediately to the left of that, that's the door outside. And by showcasing all of the different things that I do, all the different chores that I do in this one room, that will help build a bigger picture of like the size of the room and how dinky it all really is. I don't know. I feel like obviously this is all just talk and no show right now because I haven't actually started filming any of the shots. But that's the thought process that I've been having with this video so far. I've been talking very quickly and a lot, so I need to kind of calm myself down a little bit. But anyways, oh, I had to change the scene. I had to show you the window capture. Right. Anyways, the video opens up with just me working on the desk, and I'm going to flip through a couple of shots from different angles to kind of give that sense. But eventually, I'm going to just be sitting in front of the camera, and then progressively, I'm going to get more tired until basically on the verge of falling asleep in front of my computer. After which, I'm going to wake up, and then I'm just going to take off my glasses, maybe like rub my eyes a little bit, and then get off the seat, walk literally one step to the right, and then have a reverse shot of the camera that is still on the desk, so it captures the computer on the desk, but from the opposite side, so that it shows the bathroom door as well as the camera, to really kind of emphasize my desk is literally right next to the bathroom. But eventually I go into the bathroom and then I kind of go through the motion of like turning on the faucet, maybe like wetting the toothbrush a little bit to kind of showcase, oh, I'm washing up. And then eventually I have this one transition idea, but like it's way too complicated for me to even describe with words. So we're not gonna, so I'm not gonna do that. I guess when the video comes out, you can see it. But eventually I'm gonna transition from washing up in the bathroom to putting on clothes, to finally going out of my room and then out of the building. But when I go out of the building, it ends up being nighttime. So I slept through the day, woke up at night, and I walked out thinking that it was the reverse. And then I'm going to notice that a little bit, like this is supposed to be kind of comical, but not like slapping your knee, kind of funny, but it's just like, I see. And then I'm gonna walk back in and I'm gonna go to bed. And I'm thinking to just like cut to black there for like half a second or so. And then the next shot is going to be another very similar, if not the identical shot of me sitting at the computer as before. But this time I'm there and I'm just like eating a bowl of cereal, and then I like open the fridge to look inside. Because as I've been living by myself, I noticed that there are a couple of habits that I've picked up that really just emphasize how bored I am. I noticed that I look into my fridge very constantly. Even when I know for a fact that there's nothing in there that I want, I still like open it, look inside, and then close it. And then maybe like a couple minutes later, I'll do the exact same thing again, even though nothing has changed. And I kind of picked up on that, and that was one of the initial. It was one of the initial inspirations for me wanting to make this video in the first place, because I really wanted to capture that essence of doing nothing while still like I'm living and I'm doing something. Like I'm opening the fridge, but in full like in the full essence of the activity, I haven't actually accomplished anything. So that was one of the main inspirations, and I wanted to use that as like a recurring theme or a recurring shot throughout the video. So I open and close the fridge, and then I come across a video or like a word. And this also has a real life inspiration behind it. And I thought it would just be funny. I don't know if this is going to really make it into the cut, because it doesn't add anything to the story really, other than that it's just a bit funny. But I was watching a video, I was looking through YouTube, and I came across a video that basically said something like the rise of the Korean BJ. And for the longest time, I couldn't decipher what BJ meant. And then like a couple of days go by, or I think it might have been a couple of weeks go by, and I'm just sitting in bed about to go to sleep, and then it suddenly hit me. Oh, BJ meant broadcast jockey. Just like how a DJ is a disc jockey, a broadcast jockey is somebody who like live streams. In Korea, they call them BJs, broadcast jockeys, and like that just hit me out of nowhere. I wasn't even thinking about anything, but it just suddenly popped up. It's just like, oh, that's what that was. And I wanted to kind of showcase that in a video form, where I plant the seed very early on in the video, where I'm like kind of hesitating to figure out what this word is, and then like maybe a couple of minutes later on in the video, just completely out of nowhere, I could be doing something completely monotonous in the video, and then just like, oh, broadcast jockey, and I just kind of like say that to myself, and I thought that might have been like funny to put into video, but I don't like it doesn't add to the story of the video, so I guess like maybe it doesn't really need to exist. But anyways, I thought it was funny. I put it in the script anyway. But then yeah, I open and close the fridge again. I finished a bowl of cereal. And and then I put the bowl into the sink. And then after I do that, it's going to be like a face shot of me just kind of like staring blankly into space, and it just holds there for a couple of seconds, like a couple of seconds too long for it to start feeling a bit uncomfortable or a bit like what's the word? Kind of uncomfortable, I guess. And then the next shot, so it cuts to black again, and then the next shot is just me doing the laundry. So it's a sequence of shots that kind of it might start with like a shot of the laundry hamper, and then like my hand reaches into frame, pulls the laundry hamper off the hook, and then like a couple of shots of me walking to the laundry room, which is literally on the back side of this wall. So it's literally just like 12 steps. But I essentially do the laundry, put the laundry into the laundry machine, put the detergent in, and then I just want it like maybe 30 seconds, or not, maybe 30 seconds is a bit long, but like maybe like a 10-second shot of the timer on the laundry machine. And it's just a 10-second clip of the laundry machine, and at the end of the 10 seconds the timer goes down by one number. And I just thought maybe showing that would kind of really make it feel drawn out. The point of this video is to really just kind of emphasize how everything feels very slow. I don't know if it's a good idea, to be honest. YouTube videos need to be very quick paced, and so it goes completely against that notive for YouTube. But even from like a movie standpoint, I don't know if it's a necessary shot to like convey the sluggish passage of time so frequently. I guess this is only something that I will figure out once I'm in the editing process, and that is a full like 2 to 3 steps into the future. So I guess for now, during this the script writing process, I have a lot of scenes where like it's the point of the scene is to kind of show how slow everything feels. I don't know, but essentially we go from there to me hanging up the laundry, which is where the this shot of the coat hangers that I showed earlier. That's where that shot is going to come into play, where like the camera is placed way up there next to the actual rack itself, and then like I'm just hooking up the laundry. But I thought it would also be funny for me to kind of get the sound of my next door neighbor yelling into the phone, because he's arguing every single day, and I just really wanted to candidly show how I've gotten used to that, where like in the background you can hear him like yelling really aggressively and really angrily into the phone, but I'm just like there very casually and candidly just hanging up my laundry. I feel like that might be an interesting shot as well. And then oh yeah, and then it goes back to the shot of me sitting at the desk, and I'm just like, again, watching YouTube, opening and closing the fridge, and then after that, I essentially just kind of go into bed. But the computer is still on the desk, and I'm still watching YouTube videos. But I just went from sitting in front of the desk to moving over to sleep, lying down on my bed while still watching the video. And then I set an alarm, but for 4 p.m. Because, again, every day just kind of feels like it blends into the next, and I don't have a proper sleep schedule. And I feel like the first shot of me like waking up and walking out during the night, that was supposed to be an establishing shot of me like having a kind of messed up sleep schedule. But to emphasize that, in case like viewers miss that, I want to showcase me going to bed, but the alarm that I set up is for 4 p.m., a time that nobody should be waking up anyway. But I do that, and then the shot kind of slowly fades to black as I just watch YouTube videos into the night. And then the next scene, I guess that's what these are. These are all scenes. I don't know the proper terminologies for any of this, but the next scene is then me just like sitting up against a wall, just kind of staring blankly, with the camera just like in front of me, and it's just capturing me just having essentially woken up a bit groggy, but like also just kind of, I don't know, just a bit like, I don't know, candidly. I just want to sit on the bed candidly, hopefully get some good candid expressions out of that, and kind of capture how I feel in that moment. I don't know. So I just sit there a little bit, and then it transitions to me having gone into the shower, and then the shot itself is actually a shot of the shower head, and I turn on the water. But the thing about this apartment or the place that I'm living in is that the water isn't always consistent, and there are times where I would turn on the water and it would kind of like start at full power, but over the course of like maybe a minute, like the power like gets weaker and weaker and weaker until eventually it just completely stops coming out, even though I turned the faucet on. And I'm hoping to be able to get that on camera, just like show the water going out. And then it, once that happens, I want to get like a face shot of me kind of just like looking up at the shower head, and then just like just move on. And so I turn the faucet off and I transition to me having gone out of the door, and I'm like locking the door to my room and I'm walking out. And after that, it's essentially a sequence of shots that take me to the grocery store. It's not a grocery store. It's like a Walmart. So in Korea, we have these things called e-marts, which are kind of like a bigger and better version of Walmart. But essentially, it's a sequence of shots of me going to e-mart, and I'm just gonna be doing some grocery shopping. To be honest, these shots aren't actually the most difficult. There's one difficult shot here where I need the camera to be panning very slowly from left to right as it like peruses the shopping, the aisle, but it's like looking at all the price tags, and eventually it's gonna fall onto the lowest price tag, and I have to reach out and I grab that item. It's probably going to be cereal. I'm probably just going to be buying cereal. But after I grab that, I need to like pull it, and I need to pull that motion, and it's going to transition from that motion to me scanning that exact same item at the self checkout. The problem with that shot is that I need to be, it all has to be handheld because I don't have a stabilizer or anything. So I have to hold the camera as steadily as I can to do this like slow scroll, and then I have to simultaneously grab the item in front of the camera without shaking the camera. And I've tried a couple of practice ones, and it's not perfect. Like it works sometimes, but it's definitely a very difficult shot to do. And I don't know if I'll be able to do multiple takes of that in the store, because Koreans, they really don't like it when you film in public areas. I'm pretty sure they're much stricter with those kind of rules and enforcing those kinds of rules where they don't let you film in public, unless you have like a license to do that or something. I don't know. They're kind of picky about that, and so I'm very worried about this entire sequence of shots that I have to do at the store because I'll be filming in public, and I don't know. That makes me a bit socially anxious. But yeah. But eventually, what ends up happening is I come back from the Emart, and then it comes back to me in the kitchen, which it's a shared kitchen. It's up the stairs, but it it shows a sequence of me refilling up the water bottle, and then kind of microwaving my food, and then after the microwave dings, I'm gonna pull the food out of the microwave, and the camera is going to be behind the food in the microwave, and so when I reach out to like kind of pick it up, I'm like picking up the camera, but it's as if I'm picking up the food. I don't know if that that's a good description for that, but that's essentially what it is. It's going to be, and then eventually, it's all a bunch of these shots that accumulates to me having this cup of food that I had earlier, and I'm sitting in front of my desk again, and I'm watching YouTube, and of course, like maybe I'll open and close the fridge again, and after this point, I basically almost fall asleep in front of the computer again. The point of this shot is to be a very close mirror to the previous shot. So it makes it feel almost as though you're watching the exact same scene, but like for a second time, like a bit of deja vu. And that's intentional. One, because like it kind of helps me. In theory, if I get it right, then these two shots should be the easiest shots to do because I can literally film them like back to back, and they can be almost identical, and that should be fine. Or if I end up filming them on 2 separate days, it might be the most difficult shots because I have to make them identical to each other, but I have to film them on separate days, and that might just be an entire nightmare. So it all depends on how organized I am. But essentially, I almost fall asleep, and then I decide to get up, and I go up to the roof, and I do a little bit of stretching. And the roof shot, I have this really complex shot in mind for the roof, but I don't think it'll be possible for me to do, because it requires me to set the camera up on the building across the street from my apartment, and it has to look down on the roof and with me on the roof. If there was like somebody who could be my cameraman, maybe it wouldn't be that difficult because the cameraman could be in the opposite building. But the problem is I don't have a cameraman, so that's going to require me going up to the opposite side building, setting up my camera there, hitting the record button, running down, go across the street up to my roof, film it, film whatever it is that I have to do, and then run back down my apartment, across the street, up the other building to take the camera. And I just, I don't really think I'm going to be going through all of that. So I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen with this rooftop scene. But essentially, it all accumulates to me kind of stretching on the roof and then coming down from the roof to the first floor of the building. And on the first floor, there's a convenience store. And I wanted to capture that, where I wanted to capture the entire dynamic range of all the things that I could do in the building. And that is go to my room, go up to the roof, and then come down to the first floor, and then go to the convenience store. And that is the entirety of my apartment. And I wanted to showcase all of that in one scene to kind of emphasize how small and dinky and how like cramped the entire place feels. But essentially, I go into the convenience store, I pick something up, and then I come back. I'll like buy a bag of chips or something. And then this scene, I'm very excited for this scene. But essentially, I'm going to grab a bag of chips from the convenience store, and I'm going to move it in front of the camera so that it fades to black. And then the next time it open the scene, the next scene that it transitions to is going to be me opening the bag of chips, but the camera is going to be from inside the bag of chips. So if you can imagine, kind of like if this is the camera and like my hands are like the bag of chips, it's like from here, and like I open the bag of chips like this, and you're going to be seeing, essentially from the like perspective of a piece of chip, and I'm I don't know. The way I'm gonna have to do that is I'm gonna need to buy 2 bags of chips. I had to take 1 bag of chip, and I would have to actually like open it from one side, put the like take all the chips out except for like maybe a couple, and then put the camera in from the back, and then like kind of weigh it down, and then open the opposite end of the bag of chips with the camera recording. So I need to take a bag of chips and open it from both sides to do that. But essentially, I open the bag of chips, I take a chip out. I wanted to kind of follow the chip as I grabbed it and took it out, but that's too dynamic of a movement, and I can't do that without special equipment. And I don't really think it's a necessary thing to do anyway. So essentially, it all leads back to me sitting in front of the computer and I'm just watching YouTube again. But this time, the only difference is that now there's the bag of chips next to me. And then it essentially like it accumulates like multiple bags of chips. And then I kind of throw it all away. And then I finally hang up, fold up my laundry. So throughout, since like the laundry scene, like that's like maybe the first or second scene in the entire video, but finally, after all this time, which in terms of video length, I think it's going to be like maybe at minimum 5 minutes into the video, I'm finally going to be folding the laundry that I hung like 2 minutes into the video. And so I do that. And then I lost myself. I lost the position. Oh yeah, I finally fold the laundry, and then it goes back to the shower head, and this time the shower head does work. And then I kind of like, I don't think I'm gonna have any more than that in the bathroom. But after I imply that I am showering and I go into bed, and I'm just kind of like sitting in bed with like a bit of wet hair, and I'm looking at my phone, and I set the alarm this time for 3 a.m. So the first time I set an alarm, it's at 4 p.m. And now the second time I'm setting the alarm, it's at 3 a.m. Two completely wild and different times. And that's, again, to fully reiterate that I don't have a sleep schedule. And then I turn the lights off. And then the next scene, and this is the closing scene, this is the ending scene to the entire video, it's going to be a shot of me staring into the mirror with like bad bedhead, which is to imply I woke up with this bedhead and I'm like looking at myself in the mirror. And this shot, the thing with mirrors is that like it's very difficult to film mirrors while trying to remove the camera. And so a lot of beginner filmmakers and people who like just film, they try to avoid mirrors. But also, if you can film a really good mirror shot, then that is like, then that's very impressive, and a lot of like people will be very interested, or like it's kind of like a stamp of approval, but like only semi kind of. But anyways, like I just really wanted to make a mirror shot because I'm a bit ambitious and I just wanted to try it out. But essentially, with the mirror shot, I'm gonna have to film a shot of the camera pointing at the mirror without me in the picture, and then another shot, a reverse shot, with the camera essentially in the exact same position as where the mirror would be, but facing me, and I'll be standing in front of that. And then in post, I am going to have to essentially crop out the image of me standing in front of the camera and project and like post that on top of where the mirror would be in the reverse shot. And then that will be like the way I essentially take out the camera from the mirror. I'm not sure if that made any sense, but essentially that's what I have to do. And then I just kind of stare at the camera, or the mirror, sorry. I stare at the mirror for a little bit. And then I like just, I take a deep sigh and then a deep breath, and I like maybe slap myself a couple of times. And then I essentially just open the door and I walk out. And I walk out to a bright and sunny day, essentially. So that's going to take a little bit of movie magic because I'm not walking out into the hallway, which is always dim, and you can never tell what time of day it is just based on the hallway because the hallway also doesn't have any windows. Uh, but essentially, I'm just going to open the door, and it's going to not lead out to the hallway, but essentially lead to the outside. But the outside is going to be a very sunny day, and that's supposed to be a happy ending, where essentially after a couple of days or a couple of weeks or however long it might have been, of me just kind of wandering aimlessly, doing nothing but just chores, and every day just kind of merging into the next. This is the day that I finally had enough, and I like wake myself up, uh, and I kind of look towards a brighter future and a brighter day, and so that's supposed to be like the happy ending. Uh, I I did want to make it into a happy ending, but I guess it could also imply that if you were a very big cynic, it could also be interpreted that I died, because I opened the door and I walked towards like this like sunny like outdoor place, and like I don't know, maybe like I died, or something like that. That's not my intention. I don't think most people will interpret it that way, but essentially that's the entirety of my day in a life movie. It's just I feel like it might end a bit abruptly. Not gonna lie, it does feel like it kind of ends quite abruptly. But I also want that was also slightly intentional, because I wanted it to really feel like every day is the same and it's just all monotonous, and then it just kind of ends, and now I like turn my life around because I wanted that to be like a simile or like a metaphor for how like any day can be the day that you decide to change your life. Uh, Even if every day before looks exactly the same, you can choose the day that you decide to like change your life and like live a different life and be a better person. And that can really just be as abrupt as the ending of this movie. Like you can just pick a day, and it like it's not going to be easy, but like the choice can be made any day of the week, any day that you want. And I don't know. I feel like that was the intention behind why it ended kind of abruptly, and also, if I'm being perfectly honest, it's because I didn't want to make a video that's too long because then that's just more work for me to do. So, but yeah, that's the movie that I made, or the movie that I want to make. But yeah, that is a very long-winded synopsis of this video. It's essentially, in terms of the script, I think it is done. All I really have to do now is to actually film the video itself, and that's going to be such a chore. Like, it's going to be such a chore. Because all of these shots they're not technically easy shots. Like, every shot is kind of sophisticated in their own way. And so I intentionally did that because I knew a lot of it was going to get lost in translation. What I have in my head, the image that I have in my head, is not going to even, it's not all going to translate well when I actually start making the video itself, which is why I intentionally made these shots. I intentionally kind of like punched a bit higher than I feel like I'm capable of doing to kind of try and compensate for the amount of meaning and emphasis that I'm going to lose in that transferring from like my head to a physical product. And so all of these shots are just kind of technically difficult. And frankly speaking, like I'm just not excited. Well, I am excited to make the video, but I'm not excited for all the hardships that I will face when making the video. Mostly because, again, like it's not, I just want to film, and I just only want to worry about filming. But there are so many other things that I have to worry about on top of filming because I lack the necessary gear and the place is so small and cramped, and it just makes wanting to work so difficult, and like I just can't get into the right headspace. And even something as simple as wanting to film a reverse shot of my head, kind of just sitting at the desk, I need to find some kind of clever workaround because I don't have space behind me to set up a camera. So I need to figure out how I'm going to set up a camera on my bed that is also high enough to actually get the angle that I want without setting a tripod on my bed, because that's kind of gross. And also, it's not like the bed isn't actually stable or wide enough to even support a tripod consistently. And every single time I want to press the record button to either stop or to record, it's going to change the scene a little bit somehow because the bed is squishy, and every time I like go onto the bed to kind of like touch the camera, then the camera is inevitably going to move. And that's just a complete hassle to even think about. And so all of these little things, which adds up to a lot of things, just have been putting me off or pushing me off from completing or initiating the actual like filming part of all of this. Oh, sorry, I'm very thirsty. I've been talking a lot. But yeah. Also, I think another thing is that because this video is a very candid and real like look into my life, one thing that I am ironically falling into is that I am falling into the very same habits that I wanted to portray in the video. So like these habits are just like sitting mundanely, just watching YouTube videos for hours and hours and not actually doing anything. I've written a script to cleverly catch that on camera, I think. But now the problem is breaking out of that feeling to record myself, to actually initiate myself to like work towards filming that in front of the camera. And so in an interesting way, in order to capture these scenes in this video, which were intended to be candid shots, in order to properly film them, I have to be I have to break out of my candidness, because I have to set up the camera and I have to like set up all these shots, and then when I'm in front of the camera, I have to act candid, and so that there's a bit of irony there that's a bit hard for me to deal with in a way. It's a bit weird, but yeah. Are there people here? Am I just talking to myself? I've been talking to myself for like an hour. I am very, very tired. You seem like a young film director. I don't know. I think I definitely want to be a film director. No, I take that back. I absolutely take that back. I think film directors are, there's a part of it that I've been inspired by because my dad is a film professor. And because he's a film professor, I've always just been peripherally, like a little bit in the filmmaking has always been in the peripheral of my life, but I have never actually looked into it. Mostly because my dad, he actually didn't want me to go into any kind of creative art or like filmmaking at all. But there's a duplicate audio source. Hold up. Why didn't you tell me before? Okay, I feel like that should have fixed the problem. It was only this scene. Okay, that's good. I think I should have fixed the problem. Nice. Actually, why don't I? And let me check this scene as well. Okay, I think this scene is also good. And this scene is also good. And this scene, I'm not using this scene, but I guess this scene is also good. Okay. Cool. Oh, what? Every time I leave the scene and come back, it just kind of does that. Oh, is that like an OBS thing? Do I have to stop recording? Do I have to stop streaming to fix that? Um, Fuck, whatever. Well, it's okay now, um, but every time I leave and come back to the scene, it's going to be a problem. So I'm just gonna have to fix that every single time I switch to this scene, I guess. Uh, that's annoying. But anyways, um, well, I mean, I haven't watched voice his live streams, but I have watched parts of his VODs recently, and it's not like his audio ever has issues, or at least from what I could tell. I don't know. Voices are definitely a better streamer than I am, so like, I'd reckon he makes less mistakes than I do too. Um, but anyways, where was I? Right. With like filmmaking and stuff, I think it's definitely a newfound passion, something that I've only started having an interest in uh, while I was filming my Things 2020 video actually, because I think that's the first video that I properly made the effort to kind of think about the like storytelling through film, because every video prior to that has always been just me kind of casually filming things and then trying to make workable content out of that, which is why they're very edit heavy. Like there's a lot of editing involved, because there wasn't a lot of, this is just my theory, because there wasn't a lot of usable substance in those previous videos. I had to compensate by like having a lot of edits in them. But Things 2020 was the first video where, because I switched over to a new programming software, I just didn't know how to do those fancy edits. And so I figured, okay, because I can't do that, I have to add something else to this video to give it the same level of value. And that's when I decided to like put more emphasis on the actual filming part of the video itself. And then after that, I just kind of realized it's so much. I enjoy that. I enjoy uh, putting that kind of thought and effort into the actual filming and the scenes and like all of that stuff. And ever since then, I've just kind of been consuming a lot of film related content recently on YouTube. A lot of like video analyses and like scene analysis videos on YouTube, and it's gotten me currently my current interest and like binge YouTube video interest is filming and filmmaking, and so I think that's definitely a big part of it. And also just like growing up too, my dad is a film professor, and so just in the peripheral of my life, there's always been filmmaking as a thing, but I've never actually looked into it. I had no actual interest in it because my dad told me not to go into it because it doesn't make good living. Uh, but I think it's something that has been completely under my nose for my entire life, and I'm only now starting to realize that I actually enjoy doing that. For now, I might not enjoy it after doing it for a while, but I'm just right now I'm very deeply interested in learning how to like go into the more filmmaking aspect. Um, I wouldn't call myself a director or like a filmmaker by any means. and I don't think I'll ever be one in the future. But I just feel like if I put emphasis into like the film and to making more YouTube videos that might have a bit more like a film quality to them, maybe that will help me stand out among the YouTube crowd. I don't know. I guess it's worth a shot. It's worth diving into, but I'll have to see. Everything is about exploration. I'm at that stage in my life where I should be trying as many things as I can, and so I'm embracing as many things as I feel like I can, which is why I started streaming too, because I was interested in streaming and I figured I'll just give it a shot. I've never in my life seen OBS do that, so that's talent. Like you're speaking to hundreds of us. I can see that chat moving without it moving. What do you mean? Is OBS doing something? I'm not entirely sure what OBS is doing. It just feels like. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough right into the microphone. That was probably not a pleasant experience. Oh, the audio thing. Yep. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that I set something up wrong, or because I'm so unskilled with OBS, that it's just doing things that like it normally shouldn't, but because I somehow messed it up, it's doing it. I'm glad that it's fixed. I guess that's all that really matters. I'm just glad that it's fixed. But yeah. Ah, God. Ow. Now what? No, now what? I've already went through my day in the life script. I went through the entire thing. I wasn't expecting to go through the entire thing, but I did, and now I don't know what to do. I don't know what to make. That's basically how your stream goes. But at least, well, I haven't watched all of your streams. I haven't watched all of your videos, so I guess I wouldn't really know. But like from the limited that things that I've seen through like some of the VODs, like at least you're playing a game. I feel like at least because you're doing something, even if you're not necessarily talking, there's something to be seen. But I don't know. If I were you, I wouldn't watch the VODs. Especially not today's. Okay. I mean, if you say so, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm not necessarily a person who would be active in chat anyway. So, to me, the experience between watching a VOD and with chats enabled, watching a VOD versus watching it live, I don't know. I feel like there isn't much of a difference there, in terms of like from my consumer experience. I don't know. It was like 92 degrees. 92 degrees. Yo. Ugh. That sounds like an awful time. I remember when I used to live in Texas that the weather outside would quite regularly go up to the 90s. And that was a terrible time. That was such a terrible time. But at least with Texas, and outside weather, Texas is usually very dry when it gets that hot. And so even though it's very dry, and it's very hot, it's kind of manageable. But sometimes when you're like in the northern hemisphere, like say back in Chicago, and it gets really hot during those like summer days, it can go up to the 90s. But it's like hot and humid, and that's just the worst. And then I can't imagine having to sit inside a room where it's like 92 degrees indoors. That sounds like an absolute hell of a time. Hell of a time in a bad way. like an absolute bad time. Um, but indoors with AC, how can you? How can the internal temperature reach 92 degrees with the AC on? That sounds that sounds ridiculous. Because that would mean that without the AC, then it would have to be like, oh geez, like well over 100, wouldn't it? Indoors. Was that was it because of like the computer, or was it just a hot day today? Like I don't get how you could possibly reach a temperature of 92 degrees with AC indoors. That sounds like that sounds like a hazard, like a health and safety hazard. The equivalent of 22 to 24 human bodies in my rooms. 5 monitors, 2 PCs, and the audio mix. You have 5 monitors? 5 monitors? What? Okay. Um, I can. Okay, okay. I guess I can understand why someone might have 5 monitors. Um, you have more than 5, but there's 5 on the desk. I see. You have 5 monitors on one desk? How is that? Why? What do you need 5 monitors for? I know that you make some music. I know that you stream games. So I guess like I can understand why. I feel like most people tend to have like at least like at most 3 monitors. I've seen people with 3 monitors, and that seems like kind of the upper limit, at least for my puny little brain to comprehend. I can understand why some people might have 3 monitors, but like 5 monitors sounds like a lot. Studio lighting, LEDs, 2 cameras, all hot devices, 3 monitors for the stream PC and 2 on the gaming PC. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have 2 separate computers. You have a streaming computer and a gaming computer. Right. I guess that would make. I guess that makes sense. Oh, wow, wow. And you have 2 cameras. This is all new to me. Like, this is all like a complete world apart from me. Where I'm streaming on my laptop, and I'm using my phone as my webcam. And already, like just with 2 devices, it's like really really hot. But I can't imagine having 2 cameras, 5 monitors, 2 computers, and all the lighting fixtures that you have. I bet the most the things that make the most amount of heat would be the lights though, right? Because you have like lights presumably pretty close to your body. Those probably make a lot of heat. I feel like maybe the reason why it's so hot is because I have this lamp right here. Maybe that's where the heat is coming from. But it's an LED lamp, so it shouldn't be that hot. But I don't know. Stream, I have my music visualizer being rendered in real time. Elements, Discord, Spotify, mic program for noise cancellation, stream. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. You have an audio visualizer rendered in real time? Why? Why do you need why do you need the music visualizer rendered like is that just a part of your stream? Like stream setup to have the audio visualizer? I feel like that's doing a lot, isn't it? Like a lot of work to having to render the audio visualizer in real time. Helps fill in the empty space where I'm not talking. That's cool to stare at. I'll agree to that. Yeah, I actually totally agree. I think audio visualizers look really sick. But yeah, that's actually kind of clever to have that just kind of as something to look at on stream when you're not talking. That's pretty cool. Hmm. I'll have to think about that because definitely for me, I at least for when I'm streaming, I panic really hard trying to fill the space that I'm not talking with something, and so I just feel like I have to constantly keep talking, and that's a lot. So I'll have to think about something to add as like eye candy or something to fill up that space maybe, or having music in the background. I'd like to have music in the background, but what the problem with doing having music in the background is I just haven't been able to find a way to hook up other audio elements onto OBS. I tried hooking up like game audio or like desktop audio or stuff like that to OBS, and it just doesn't work for some reason. And I've looked at videos to see how to do them, and everything that they're doing, like I'm following them exactly, but they're not working. So there has to be something that I'm doing wrong, but I have no idea what that something is. So, yeah, 1080p, but recently downscaled to 480. Just small screen. Usually it's just a hand cam. Oh, I see. Ah, yeah. Honestly, I don't have the option to choose my render settings. So I guess like just the fact that you even have the option in itself is pretty cool. But yeah, I can totally understand why you might want to downscale things. Um, that makes sense. Um, desktop audio doesn't work. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know. Like honestly, yeah, honestly, I don't, I don't know. But um, it's been a long day today, so I guess I'll just check it out later. Like later, as in like either tomorrow or the day after. Um, but yeah, it's really a shame too. Because I wanted to. I remember hooking up audio before when I wanted to like try hooking up Logic to stream myself making music. It worked then, but things changed a little bit between the last time I tried it and when I booted it up recently within the last couple of weeks. And so it just doesn't, I don't know, maybe I jacked something up while like working on it back then and somehow it's been broken or like it needs fixing, but I haven't found out what exactly it is that I need to fix or something. But yeah, I don't know. I wanted to, not that I can stream Logic anyway, because the last time I tried streaming myself working on Logic, the frames dropped tremendously. So I don't think that's going to be possible. I tried streaming Minecraft. That's not going to be possible. Essentially, streaming while doing anything on the computer is pretty not possible. Um, Maybe on occasion I can like open up Affinity Photo or like Photoshop or something like that, and maybe that'll work. But if I try opening up Final Cut or Logic or any game at all, that's not gonna work. Um, yeah, I don't. It's a bit tragic, honestly. There's a lot of things that I just simply can't do. I'm kind of cornered into doing real life content. Even if I mean, I want to make real life content, but if I wanted to make other type of content, I couldn't do it because I'm just limited by the technology, and that's a bit frustrating. But there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, I don't know, and I think the problem, like, it's a real shame too, because like it's not something I can just power through. It's not something like I can just say, oh, I don't care if it drops a couple frames. I just want to film myself working on Logic. Uh, I can't really do that because most people just don't watch streams that drop frames. Um, Even now, without having anything else running in the background besides Google Chrome and my webcam, I still get choppy frames if I like move too quickly, uh, it drops a couple frames, and that's frustrating. Um, but oh well, I don't really know what to do. Um, yeah, I don't really know at all. And I guess, oh, another thing, it's not like it's gonna get easier when I go back home too, because I thought at first I was like, oh, I can just like maybe buy other things to like make my streams better when I go back home, but I can't really do that because it's not like I'm not gonna bring a desktop to college. I'm not gonna carry a massive desktop to me to go to campus or anything like that just to have a better streaming setup. So I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work. I might be streaming off of a laptop and phone um, for for much longer than I thought, which really limits the type of content that I'll be able to stream. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my life will be a bit more interesting when I go back home, and I have a bit more things to do, and like hopefully I'll be able to go back to campus. And if I do go back to campus, hopefully my apartment on campus is going to be a bit better than this apartment right here. And so hopefully there's just a bit more stuff to do. Uh, Not entirely sure how that's going to work out. In OBS Studio, you can open the stats window to see if the render lag or network, etc. Um, you can go to the stats window. Stats window. I kind of know stats window. Here, let's try. Let's go to. Let's go to. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Okay. When I switch to this scene, all my audio is muted. That's annoying. But okay. Anyways, apparent. I'm not sure if like view stats. Where that is? Oh, up here. View stats. Yeah. This is all stuff that's down here too, isn't it? With like a little bit of extra stuff. Average render frame is 12.9 milliseconds. CPU usage is 10%, which is quite big. Bitrate 2000. uh, do 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 do. I don't know. I think well like okay so well where's the at least on the bottom right like if you look down here it's green right so there are occasions where like it will pop up to like yellow and sometimes even red. So at least it's in the green. I guess like that's a good thing. Da, da, da. Sorry, I can't multitask at all. Sorry, I had to close this. Dum, 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 dum. Going to go over here. In OBS, you can. Oh, and also with like the whole two laptops thing, I guess that's possible, but then I'd have to buy a second laptop. And a laptop is like, I don't know, at least a couple $1,000. The current laptop that I'm using right now, which is a MacBook Pro 2018 version, I think this costed about $2,000. It was a gift though, so I'm not in the financial green to be able to buy a second laptop. Maybe like secondhand laptops. I don't know. Render lag, GPU lag dropped as well. To be fair though, network frames. Yeah, yeah. I think so honestly, I have no idea what any of that means. And this is all computer jargon that I am not familiar with. But in terms of like I know for a fact that my Wi-Fi speed is actually pretty good. And in terms of like all that stuff, I'm pretty sure like it's not bad. I think it's just that in terms of doing multiple things on the computer, my computer just doesn't have enough stuff to do that. Like, it's not a network issue, I don't think, because my connection should be pretty strong. But it's just that, like, if I wanted to do multiple things, right? Like, I don't know. Sure, why don't I open up something and see how laggy it gets? But if I were to open up, say, Logic real quick, I don't think you're going to be able to hear anything because I didn't hook up the audio to Logic, so you won't be able to hear anything that I do. But if I just, like, open this up, I'm sure stream will start lagging pretty hard. Um, um, uh, I don't want to touch that, so okay. Maybe just, like, I don't know, open up an instrument. Uh, or just, like, duplicate this a bunch. Okay, well, I know that it's doing something because definitely the the computer fan is going a lot louder now. Um, Wait, okay, hold up, hold up. I'm panicking. Hold up. I'm just gonna mute a couple things. Uh, oh, and I sent you a message on Discord about the possible lead on the audio routing thing. Also, there's audio channels in OBS as well. Okay, cool. Thanks. I'll look into that later. Um, hmm. I'm just trying to make the computer work a bit harder to by, like, doing stuff, but it's not like I don't know. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Um, okay, it kilobytes per second dropped down a little. No, okay, never mind. It's back up. Uh, that's it's just okay. Whatever. It's not working. Well, it's working perfectly fine, but what I'm trying to do is make OBS not work. And surprisingly, it's working kind of well. So, I don't know. Well, okay. Well, if it's gonna work, I guess it's fine. I guess you can work. Um, yeah, I don't know. Hmm. It's okay. Well, to be fair, I think Minecraft definitely is more computer heavy than Logic is. Uh, so I don't know. Like, when I stream Minecraft, it's absolutely impossible to do that. It bugs out OBS and it also bugs out Minecraft. So definitely for Minecraft at least, I can't stream that. Logic, I might be able to get away with it. I I think I could get away with it before. Like, it still dropped frames occasionally, but I'm dropping frames now, even without Logic on, and I'm still um, uh, and I'm still and I was dropping the same amount of frames with Logic on. So maybe Logic isn't that bad. Uh, Minecraft is super CPU intensive. Yeah, yeah. I figured. I mean, it is a sandbox game, so I guess it makes sense. Um, yeah, you could bring a friend. Any friends are welcome. Um, I like friends. I need friends. I don't have a lot of friends. A Mac is definitely not a gaming oriented machine. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, Actually, I remember because my brother he streams a little bit. He doesn't stream a lot. He's definitely more of a YouTuber than he is a streamer. But uh, when I told him that I was interested in streaming, he's like, "But how can you? Like, you don't really have a PC. Like, you can't really stream on a Mac." And I didn't really understand that at first, because like I'm just not a computer guy. But after having tried to stream on a Mac and like kind of learning a bit more about computers in my process of learning how to stream as well, I definitely now understand some of the limitations with trying to stream on a Mac. I definitely need a PC if I want to take content creation a bit seriously. But that's gonna be problematic for me right now. So I don't really know what to do about that. Like I could buy another computer, like an I could buy a PC, but then I don't know. Mac is usually very overpriced for the hardware included. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think at least like Mac definitely has its uses. A lot of their internal softwares, a lot of the things that like the programs that they have are very well integrated with each other, and so in terms of like the user interface, it's very good. But if you want to do anything like actually computer intensive, they usually don't have a lot of the juice for it. But like they can get away with it because so much of their internal like the iOS that they use is so well integrated that they can get away with it. But if you try to bring in like third party stuff, then it does tend to get very bogged down. I don't know. Like for instance, with Final Cut Pro, which is the video editing software, and Motion, which is like their special effects software, these are very well integrated with each other. Incredibly well, actually. And they're also integrated well with iMovie, as well as Logic, as well as GarageBand, and all of those softwares are very well integrated with each other, and they run almost no they run buttery smooth. Basically, Final Cut Pro is eons smoother than Premiere. Premiere, even on a beefy computer, tends to lag and like do all kinds of buggy stuff, and it can be very very frustrating. But usually, I don't have those kinds of software issues with Final Cut Pro and all of the other Mac software that are integrated with each other. Um, Obviously, the trade off is that Final Cut Pro is just a significantly weaker software than Premiere Pro is. But yeah, like in terms of iOS software, Macs handle them very well, as I found out, and they're very very clean and easy to adapt to and like learn to use, and they're very user friendly, and that's really nice. And I grew up with Macs my whole life, so maybe I have a bit of a bias, but with like using school computers to work on other softwares, like especially with Premiere Pro and for a lot of the edit stuff, After Effects is very, very difficult to use. And especially when you link up After Effects and Final Cut Pro together to kind of use them simultaneously, that's when like you can kind of run into a couple of issues with like laggy stuff and like just all kinds of random stuff. And then also maybe it's just because I was using school computers. They're not the beefiest computers out there, but they were certainly beefier than my laptop at the time. Yeah, I don't know. And I think in terms of just like the user interface and stuff like that, it's just I've grown used to the Mac, and I think it's they make a big emphasis on how good things feel. And like I'm okay with that. I enjoy that. But when I actually want to get things done, uh, it can be a bit challenging. Like streaming. Like I never thought that I would have trouble streaming on a Mac, but after learning a bit more about computers, I understand why people don't stream on Macs. And oh well, I don't know. Before you pull your trigger out on buying a PC, run the parts list or through Linus Tech Tips Forum or me. Ah, yeah. Honestly, that's one of the things that's kind of that I'm afraid about, like buying a whole like new PC thing is I don't know anything about PCs. Like I know absolutely nothing about PCs. So like it's just I have no idea how to even like approach that. I don't know what to do. I could just buy a pre-built PC. That was kind of the route that I was intending on going, but I'll have to see. Like I just like it's just a whole new topic that I have to research and look into before actually like doing anything, and that's going to be a hassle, and I'll have to worry about that. I'll have to deal with that when I get there. I don't believe I've had that many issues with Premiere, but then again, I use. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You have a bit more. You have a much beefier computer than I have ever had. Even the school computer lab computers, they couldn't run anything for shit. 4K footage, impossible to use. It's impossible to render. It's impossible to work with on the school computers or any other computers that I've ever had my hands on. None of them were powerful enough to actually use 4K footage. So when I shot things in 4K footage, they were basically unusable because I just couldn't do anything with them. Like Premiere just could not render them out for playback. And even when I made proxies out of them, they still wouldn't work because the process of making the proxy itself took so long. It took literally like 8 hours to render out 4K footage. So I had to film everything in 1080p max, but even with 1080p, it was very difficult to get anything to work or function properly. So I don't know. Sorry, I need to drink some water again. Yeah, I'll definitely reach out to you when I feel like I need some help. You're kind of like this wizard guru that I've just kind of happened to come across. It's like when I just booted up a new game and I'm just like starting off on my new adventure. You're kind of like that mage that's always on like the street corner who like gives tips and stuff, or like the wise owl, I guess. Also, I thought about I changed the name for this one, right? This stream was like life in a one room apartment, and then I put like in Korean like 고시원 and one room tel, and like I think it's a good title. I even put like English and Korean to try and like encourage some, I don't know, Korean viewers. But like I am streaming 9 in the morning Korea time, so maybe there aren't a lot of Korean viewers here. Uh, but I feel like I don't know. I think it's a uh, good title. Is it a good title? Is this a good idea to like put Korean and English in like the title and stuff? I can speak and read Korean, uh, not very well, but I don't think that should bar me from making content with Korean. I don't know, because I definitely kind of feel like I am what is it, riding on your coattail voiced. because like my audience is just like you and all of your friends, and I need to kind of I want to branch out from that, and I don't know. But I guess it's like it's one thing to have Korean in the title of the stream, but then like everything else about the stream is in English. Like maybe that's not a good. I don't know. Multi-language is a good idea. Okay, cool, nice. I'm glad that my gut feeling was okay in that regard. As long as you can actually read the language and engage with them in their native language, yeah. uh, um, well, okay, 4 or 5 people. I don't really know what my viewership like peaked at, but right now, Twitch is saying that there's like Twitch is saying that I have 6 viewers right now. So that's like that's basically all. I don't know. Oh, really? Oh, oh, I see. But nobody else said anything in chat, so I wonder. I guess they were just kind of lurking and then they left because it was kind of boring. Understandable. I don't know. Alan. Oh, oh, he plays Rust. Yo, I remember when Rust used to be really big. When OTV had their own Rust server, and I was really intrigued by it. Um, but that's it really. It was just kind of like an intrigue. Uh, I don't think I'd ever play Rust, but that's kind of like how I feel about every game. I feel like I'm intrigued by a lot of games, but I don't think I'll ever play them. Um, Largely because I probably just don't have the capabilities to play games. Growing up, my entire life, I just didn't have access to a lot of games, so I never played games. But anyways, uh, a lot of people lurk though. That's true. I guess a lot of people do lurk. I mean, it makes sense that people lurk. Uh, it is. It's something that I'm realizing. I'm learning how to cope with. The more I kind of get used to streaming, is that with a YouTube video, people can watch the video, and not everybody is going to comment on the video, and that's fine because that's kind of expected for YouTube. Like not everybody's going to comment on a video, but with live streaming, it's kind of like there are all these like Twitch says that there are these many people on stream or who are watching my stream, but they're not actually interacting or engaging with stream, and that kind of like I take a hit from that. Like it's a bit of a blow for me because I'm like, are they actually there? Like, am I not engaging enough? Are they not like why aren't they saying anything? Because I just feel like live streaming has that element of like liveness to it, and so when I came into it, I expected everybody to like be very interactive, but it's not the case, I guess. And it's just something I have to get used to, I guess. Not the end of the world. I'm just glad that like people are watching, I guess. It's a bit hard for me to believe that there are even any people watching at all, but like that's cool. That's really nice. Um, it's always up and down. Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get why you probably shouldn't like just call people out. Um, I feel like it's kind of, like I can totally understand why that would feel very awkward. I wouldn't try to do that. But it's also just one of those things where it's just like it's the culture of Twitch. And as somebody who is an outsider of Twitch, there's just a lot of things I had to learn and get used to, and it's all a part of the learning process. But Yeah, I don't know. I guess learning is a slow process, and I am just not. I don't feel easy. I don't feel at ease by the fact that Twitch is a learning process. So, anyways, sorry, that just kind of went nowhere. Um, what did you say? OTV Rust server has turned into a drama central. Yeah. I honestly I don't really watch OTV Rust stuff anymore because nobody on OTV streams Rust anymore. um, I didn't even know it was still up, actually. But that's unfortunate. Yeah, OTV Rust used to be very fun to watch, even if I didn't understand anything that was happening. So I guess it's a bit of a shame that it's kind of just gone to shit. Oh, it turned into drama, and that's why it died so fast. Got it, got it. That also makes sense. That also makes sense. So it's not up anymore. Is that right? It's okay when you have some viewers to be like, I see, I see. Hmm. I guess that is an interesting way to like get engagement to just be like type an emote, but I feel like an emote has to be deserved, right? Like with Pog or like Poggers. It's like so if something Pog happens, then I could just be like, Pogs in the chat, boys, or like something like that. I don't know. That felt very cringe. I'm not gonna say that again. Let's forget about that. But like, I don't know. Like I guess like it's all just a matter of me making content, having just focusing on making good content, and eventually all the other things will naturally come. Um, that's understandable. I completely get that. But like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I need to start thinking about like the type of content that I make and making it enjoyable. Like, if I want to make videos out of my streams, like how Ludwig does it, then I need to make good. I need to have some kind of direction with my stream, and I feel like I don't really have a direction for that. I guess like I don't necessarily need to write a script, but I definitely should be writing something for my streams. I just kind of turned on the camera today and just kind of like went live because I was really excited about all the like overlays and stuff that I made. So I just wanted to show them off. But yeah, I don't know. But there's just like so little I can do. And I'm like afraid of trying anything too like out of the ordinary, or like to put myself out there because it's like I don't know, it's exposing, I guess, and like I just it's something that I don't feel very comfortable with doing. Call the bots out, and then all the lurkers spam destructoid. What does it mean to call the bots out? Like, what does that even mean? To call the bots out? How do you like what does that entail? Oh, speaking of bots too, I feel like I've already said this story before, but like I remember when I had this one stream before. So the stream before the previous stream where we met. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, sorry. I got an alert from my computer saying that it's the first day of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. I got that alert on my computer and I just got freaked out because I didn't know where it came from. But anyways, yeah, I remember I got a before my last stream, the stream that I met all of all of you. I actually had another stream before that where I was like testing out like hooking up logic and everything like that. And I remember I used to get like a bunch of spam bots, and they're all saying the same thing. But like I banned one, and then like three more would come, and like I actually kind of got a surge of like energy from that because I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm interacting with chat, even though they were just bots, like just. But it was still fun. It was the first like interaction that I had on Twitch, and that was like really exciting to me. Uh, it's like the lurkers were being called view bots, so then the streamer called out the supposed bots, and they all troll the guy by typing the robot email. Ah, I see. Huh. So then, so what do you, what does that look like? Does the streamer just be like, um, yo, why are there so many bots in chat, or like how many, or something like that? Like, I don't quite understand. Um, anyways, sorry. I had something to say. I wanted to say something, but I got distracted by like by bots. Oh, that's right. That's right. Like going back to the whole like multilingual, multi-language thing. Like, I feel like if I wanted to stream multi-language, like, I'd have. How does that work? Because there's clearly an English speaking audience, but then if I wanted to introduce like Korean to it, then I don't really think Korean and English speaking audiences would actually like merge well into a single chat box. Um, and like, sure, I as a streamer could probably bounce back and forth from like Korean to English, but I just feel like if somebody were to waltz into a stream and it turns out that I was speaking English in stream and all the chats in the chat box are all in English, then they probably just leave because it's not in Korean. Um, and then likewise, if I started the stream talking in Korean, and the first couple of chats in Korea, the first couple of chats are also in Korean, then that might push away a lot of English speakers because it's not in English. Um, so I'm not entirely sure how that would work out because I've seen a couple of streamers, I've seen a couple of Korean streamers as well as some uh, English speaking streamers, but just from like a different country. And all the English speaking streamers are all speaking English, despite being in a foreign location. And all the Korean streamers, they all stream in Korean, and some of their chat is also in English, but like it's rarely, it's kind of rare to see like two languages being used seamlessly in a stream. I don't know. When I was streaming, I had a 1 second slowdown mode so I could easily ban spam bots. Most didn't even. As far as the multilingual thing, it's not all. To balance the chat with that, since the mod wouldn't know what everyone's saying. A lot of English speaking viewers bounce, with the English speaking more accepting of language. Yeah. Oh gosh, the whole like mods thing. Honestly, I have no idea like what to do with mods and stuff. Like honestly, when you told me to like to mod you on the last stream that we did, I I didn't actually know how to do that or like what that meant at first. And so I just kind of took your word for it. Now I know what like mods are supposed to do and stuff like that. And even earlier today, actually, like Puma said something, and then like the auto mod, auto mod, is that what it's called? Yeah, auto mod like caught it, and that was like a new experience for me too. Like that was kind of cool, but like it was a learning experience nonetheless. Never really learned anything about mods and stuff like that because I don't. hang out in anything, any kind of like online environment that would require mods, because I've never used Discord prior to starting streaming. I've never used Twitch prior to like wanting to learn how to stream, and YouTube YouTube doesn't really have a lot of moderation stuff. Like, yeah, you can like ban a couple of words on chat, or not chat, on the comment section, and like nowadays they have like hold comments for review kind of stuff like that on your YouTube Studio and stuff like that. But like I've never had to deal with mods as like a thing, and even on like gaming stuff like too. Like when I had a Minecraft server with friends, like we didn't have mods or stuff. We didn't ban friends for anything really. So it's just kind of like a new world. I feel like such a naive little youngin, despite the fact that I'm not at all young. Yeah, I'll contact you when I feel like some I need Big Daddy to clean things up a little bit. Uh, if I need some big guns, I'll call you up. Um, yeah, I don't know. What do I? I'm just paranoid of leaving the camera. Like I don't like, even if I want to like use the restroom or like do something, I'm terrified of just leaving the camera, because I just feel like as soon as I stop doing anything, or as soon as I leave the camera, then like people are going to leave because there's nothing to see. And so I don't know. I'm just like kind of flapping around. I have no idea what to do. Uh, Google is a definite good source, which you know you're fluent in. I have faith in you. uh, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Um, hmm, I don't know. It's not. I'm trying to think of something to do. If I'm honest, like I just need. I don't know what to do. Like I haven't worked out today. I kind of want to work out, um, but like, should I just like work out on stream? Like, is that something worth doing? Should I just end stream and work out? Like, what do I do? It feels a bit weird. I feel like there's a bit of Twitch etiquette that I still need to learn, or like just a bit of know-how. Like, what is the best way to like make content, or what is the best kind of content? Like, I'm asking these questions and I already know the answers to them. I feel like I'm just asking for the sake of asking, because I need to fill up space, and asking questions is better than dead silence. Uh, the regulars will stay. The lurkers will stay for a good 2 to 3 minutes. I usually disappear for like 10 minutes and do what I want. Oh, I see. Yeah, honestly, with the whole oh, that was a voice crack. I've been talking for too long. With the whole hot tub meta thing, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's already been kind of saturated though. Like all the big streamers who are doing hot tub metas have already kind of taken up the audience who are interested in hot tub meta stuff. Um, Granted, I mean, like, regardless of what the meta was, I probably wasn't going to go like shirtless in front of the camera. I'm not confident enough in myself to be like shirtless. But Yeah, honestly, I don't understand how hot tub meta wasn't a meme from the beginning anyway. I feel like since its inception it has been a meme, but then like all the everybody just kind of went to it. Uh or is the word, is it banned? Am I allowed to say it? Like I read news that I'm not allowed to say the S word, and so I had to say like shrimp or something. But like all the shrimps just kind of made hot tub meta possible. Uh which I don't know. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't. I doubt. Hot tub meta for guys will ever take off. In the same vein that hot tub meta did for girl streamers. If a guy streamer were to get popular with a hot tub meta, it's purely because of the irony or like the meme aspect of it. But like, it's not gonna stay. That said, I don't. I still don't. I don't know. Um, I guess. You know, I think right now I just feel glued to the camera because my microphone is my headphone. Um, and like I can't really, and my headphone is connected to the computer. It's not like wireless, so I'm physically attached to this position, so I can't do much, and that just feels, maybe it's not as limiting as I thought, um, as I'm thinking, but like it feels very limiting. So I don't know. Also, I've been I've been talking to myself for like 3 hours. I wonder if all the other residents here feel like I'm insane or like are very annoyed right now. uh, uh, yeah, yeah. I agree to everything that you said. uh, I guess so. I guess so. I guess so. Um, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, sure. I have an exercise today, so if you don't mind, I'm going to do a couple of bicep curls. I don't think I could do anything that's like too sweat intensive because I'm just not in the proper fit for doing something like that. But let me show you what life is like in a cozy one. I don't have dumbbells. I don't have weights, so I actually had to go out and buy myself an elastic band because this is the best thing that I have. This is the next best thing, and there's nothing else I can really do. So this is just all I have. But essentially, I just take this, right, and I put one foot on it, and I had to reach down like pretty low. I'd say like maybe like right around here, and I try to get like 15 curls or something. And so I've heard some people actually advocate for bicep curls using bands as superior than dumbbells anyway, because an elastic band applies pressure throughout the entire range of movement, whereas dumbbells, when you bring them up to the top, they actually lose a lot of, they lose the weight to them because like when they're up here, it's just a dumbbell, and so you can just like let it rest. But with an elastic band, it's constantly pulling down, and so there's actually a full pressure around the entire range of movement. Also, I just feel like working out on stream without any music must be incredibly boring to watch. But I can't play music because it's not hooked up. But also, I lost count as well. I have no idea how many how many reps I did. But anyways, this is how I usually do like bicep curls. I can't really do any other muscle groups though, because I don't really have anything else I can do. If I want to work out my chest, the only thing I have is really just push-ups. Push-ups are kind of the only thing that I can do. But with push-ups, like I don't know if you can see. I'll try to show it. It's a bit messy, so pardon the mess. But like if I bring this camera around, this is the floor. So this is the desk that I sit at, and this is the bed, and this is the amount of space that I have. So and that's the door. So there is very little space for me to even do push-ups. Like it's just wide enough for me to maybe like do the push-up motions. But it's not like it's not a lot. And when you're living in a place that's this small, it can be very discouraging to even work out at all, because you just feel like you don't have enough space, and so it can just feel like it just feels a bit like it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. You really have to like push yourself to be in the right like mindset. And it's not, I don't know. There are many days where I just feel like I know I have to be working out. I know I should be like being healthy, but it just doesn't work out that way. I don't know, but yeah. Oh, the chat's moving. Hey, Flammo Rush. Can I just call you Flammo? Hello. Uh, when you're a baby, you gotta teach yourself how to walk. So you're a baby right now. Try things. Same as you two. Don't be so focused on upping for the last conversations. Yeah. I like. I know. I have no idea when you type this voice, but like, I agree. With what you said. And yeah, you're right. This room is incredibly tiny. Very very tiny indeed, and very difficult having to deal with it. It was hard to adjust at first because this is the smallest room I have ever lived in, and so when I first moved in for like maybe the first week or so, or first 2 weeks, I guess. For the first 2 weeks, it was a bit difficult adjusting because they were just like I banged my head over everything. Like I try to open up a cabinet door, and because it's so close to me, I like bang my head against it. Also, you can't see me because my head's cut off. But like, yeah, like there's just things about this house, apartment, that makes you really appreciate the things that you took for granted in a place that is even just twice this big. Just like living in, say, like this bed, right? Like this bed isn't even a full twin size bed. It's smaller than a twin size bed. It's probably, I think in terms of like square footage, it's probably half the size of a twin size bed, which is absolutely ridiculous to think about. But anybody who's taller than maybe 5'7" will not fit on this bed because it just isn't long enough. So it's things like that just really make you appreciate things that you didn't even know were things people were missing out on. But here I am missing out on things like that, and it's a bit rough. Sorry. Oh, Flamma, you're in class? What are you doing? What are you doing on stream if you're in class? You should be paying attention in class. You're a bit surprised that I'm streaming? Why, you thought I was just a one-time thing? Yeah, honestly, I was debating whether or not to stream today, but I figured I might as well, because the only reason I'm not is because I'm holding myself back, and I recognize that, so I just figured because I recognized it, I'll try to overcome that today, and now here I am streaming, and now like I never thought I'll be doing bicep curls, with the camera on, but here I am, so that's kind of crazy, and hope this place is at least cheap. Honestly, it's um it's kind of cheap. It's cheap for the location because I'm living inside Seoul, right? Like in the heart of Seoul, in the most expensive part of Seoul. So I'm paying maybe around 300, maybe 320, $320 a month for this place. If I were to be in a less ideal location, I might be able to get a room of the same size, but maybe maybe like $100 to $150 cheaper, which is still very cheap. That would be the equivalent of having an apartment in New York, in the heart of New York, like say downtown Manhattan, and you're only paying like $350 a month. Which like that's kind of how I've managed to justify it. But I don't. Yay! Hi, aoand, Ao Ella. I'm sorry for butchering your name. I'm so sorry. But thank you for following. I've been wanting for someone to hit the button all day today because I remade the follow alert, and I was really excited about it. But I'm kind of bummed out also at the same time because it's just my computer isn't strong enough to to have that to run it smoothly, unfortunately. But thank you for following. That was awesome. A bit underwhelming if I'm being honest, but it doesn't mean that you're underwhelming. No, you don't. No, 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 no. You don't have to. You don't have to unfollow and follow again. Please don't. Please don't. I'm actually breaking up a sweat. Like I don't know how many reps I'm doing, but like just doing bicep curls and streaming and talking at the same time, it does kind of break a sweat. See, 300 is a lot. Is it? I guess it is. I guess it is. Um, yeah, to be honest, to be perfectly honest, I have a friend who lives kind of I think like West Side Chicago, or is it South Side Chicago? He lives South Side Chicago, and managed to get an apartment, and he's splitting it with four other people, and that brought it down to like 100 to 200 a month in Chicago. So I guess 300 is pretty expensive considering it's literally just one room. That is, when I think about it in that sense, like it is pretty expensive. But like I am living in the heart of Seoul. I am living in downtown Seoul, so I guess like that is one way to justify the price. I don't know. I'm if I have to justify anything, I guess like that means that there's something inherently wrong with it. Oh, you're from Nigeria? Whoa, that's crazy. Um, yeah, that's crazy. I actually don't know anybody from Nigeria. Uh, yeah, not one. You're the first person I have met from Nigeria. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am absolutely honored and humbled to be in your presence. And yeah, you can ask away. Please ask as many things as possible, because like I need something to fill up dead space, and answering questions is one way to do that. Oh, it is getting very hot now. I haven't been keeping track of how many reps I've been doing. Oh geez, I might need to take my shirt off, but I don't want to take my shirt off. I feel like, is that TOS? Am I allowed to even take my shirt off? Is that like, is that is that something I'm allowed to do? Um, uh, Everybody's a regular person, but anybody has the potential to be special and powerful. I don't know. If in doubt, it's probably against TOS. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Because I'm sure there are fitness streamers who stream, probably like shirtless or something. But I don't really want to risk it, so I guess I'll just stay on the safe side. Also, I don't really think I'm confident enough to be taking my shirt off on stream anyway. So, who knows? I'll just take a deep shower after this. You're allowed, but don't show your nipples. So wear a bra. A bra. I guess. Okay. This is a bit bizarre, but like I have heard from a YouTube channel. It's a video that's a bit old, but like I remember it's like these life hacks for men or something. And one of the life hacks was like if you have nipples that show through a shirt, you can like put a band-aid over it and like it'll cover the nipple. So I guess like I don't have a bra on me, but if I really need to, maybe I can just put band-aids over my nipples and that'll save me from TOS. Oh my gosh, okay. You're just kind of asking all the questions at once. Um, why do you sound down? Um, do I sound down? Um, I guess I have been feeling a bit down recently. I didn't think you could. I didn't think people would catch that. Um, but why do I sound down? I have been up for over 24 hours now. So maybe that's a bit of a maybe that has something to do with it. Um, I am also just kind of struggling with like kind of finding my place in life a little bit. Um, I just feel like that's a reason to be down. This exercise doesn't do anything. I guess also, and like I'm living in a really dinky little apartment all by myself. I guess it is pretty lonely. I do handle being alone and being lonely pretty well. I'm used to that. So like I think I handle it pretty well, a lot better than most other people. But that doesn't mean that I don't get lonely. Gosh, I have no idea what exercises I can do with an elastic band. I had to search this up later. But oh, this isn't doing anything. I feel so stupid. But yeah, there's that bit. Why did I move to Seoul? So I actually came to Seoul last year in February, because I was here for a study abroad study abroad semester. God damn it, this is not doing anything. And I came here for one semester originally, but then COVID got really bad in the United States, where I'm originally from, while I was in Korea. And I figured rather than going back to the United States while COVID is at its worst, I can just stay in Korea longer. And so that's kind of how I've been in Korea for the reason why I've been in Korea for over a year now. And I guess that also answers when I moved. I came here at the end of February. I actually so a fun fact about my study abroad program was that I actually was supposed to go to three countries. I was supposed to go to Japan first, which I did, and that was great. But that was right when COVID was still a bit of a novelty, so everybody in Japan was cautious about it, but it wasn't necessarily a huge, like, it wasn't an outbreak yet. So there was that. And then I came to Korea, and then while I was in Korea, they canceled my last portion because I was supposed to go to Hong Kong for a summer internship, but they canceled that portion, unfortunately. So I only got to go to two out of the three countries. I'm sweating. Two out of the three countries, a part of my program, and my entire semester here in Korea was also online, so I didn't even get to experience the full study abroad experience, I feel like. But there's that. What do I love about here? I'm just going down the list. This is taking me a while. I love. I think what I love about Korea is that there's just a lot of. Well, the food here is great. I grew up eating Korean food all my life, and I definitely think the food here is amazing. And not only is it good, but it's also pretty cheap. Food is relatively a lot cheaper here than in America. Well, okay. I think food can be about the same, actually. In terms of like price, when you're going out to eat and you want to eat out, the price is actually kind of similar. But if you want to eat cheaply, Korea has so many more options to do that. And that's fantastic. I think they just have so many more food options available on the cheaper end of the spectrum. Because if you want to eat cheap in America, then you can, like, I don't know, eat at like a 7-Eleven or something, or but like that's not very good food. But in Korea, you can get really good food for the same price as 7-Eleven, and I think that's really good. I think that's like one of the best things for me currently, because I'm trying to save money because I don't have a job anymore, and I quit the internship that I was at because I just kind of got bored and sick of it. Not the best financial decision, but I don't know. But anyways, I don't have a source of income, so I'm just living off of my savings. And so being cheap and frugal is kind of the best thing for me to do. And Korea makes it very easy because food is so cheap. And in terms of, I'll just say what I hate the most about Korea as well, because it's been on my mind recently. But Korean weather is not very good for me because I actually have eczema and my skin can get irritated very easily. And after coming to Korea, I've noticed that I not only has my eczema gotten worse, but all other skin problems have also gotten worse. So I've started breaking out and having like acne more in Korea since since moving here, and so it's just not a very pleasant experience, and that's kind of like the worst part of it all. To do. Where did I move from? Okay, I'm making my way down the list. Where did I move from? So, I currently live in Chicago, or near Chicago. Chicago is a city. It's the third largest city in the United States after New York and LA. And unlike New York, which is on the east coast of the country, and LA, which is on the west coast of the country, Chicago is smack dab in the middle. And so I've been living there for quite a bit, but I actually go to school in New York. but not New York City, New York State. So uh, New York State kind of looks like uh, okay. Well, I mean, it's not gonna look very good, but New York State kind of looks like um, uh, okay. This is not working, but anyways. So imagine like this hand is like New York State, right? Um, and like the city is like down here. My school is like up here, so I'm like 4 hours from the city. So uh, it's actually pretty far from New York City, but I go to school in New York State, and after that, I have been living in Seoul for the entirety of last year. So I moved kind of almost immediately from New York to Seoul. I didn't have a lot of time back at home. Um, and while I was in Japan, I stayed in Tokyo. Uh, Tokyo in the Asakusa region. Asakusa is it's kind of like this touristy spot, so that's kind of where all the tourists go to. It's like the touristy spot of Tokyo, I guess, or so I've been told. I haven't actually been able to step foot outside of that region all that much. I've been to other cities, but I haven't been able to explore Tokyo to that extent. Um, but anyways, uh, and I guess, and that's it. Um, voice, you have also been up for 24 hours plus. That's that's cool. That's cool. Why though? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't live a very healthy life. Sorry, yeah, sorry. I don't live a very healthy life, but when like other people say that they're doing like they have unhealthy habits, like I get just as easily confused about it. What have you been up to for the past 24 hours? Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? Um, I guess I'm 21. Um, okay, you're actually very close. I turned 22 this month. So you're actually like spot on the money actually. Um, so I'll but so I should have graduated college if I were to have followed the normal track. But I've actually been I took a gap year after my semester in Korea. So I've just been living in Korea for the greater part of this year, um, just not doing anything. So I haven't been going to school, and I did have an internship over the summer, but like beyond the internship, I haven't actually been working or anything like that. So I've just been having a leave of absence for the greater part of this year, and I'll be returning back in August to start my senior year of college. So I'll be finishing college 1 year later than is typical for people my age. Pull it sideways. The rubber band? Pull it. What do you mean, pull it sideways? Like that? Oh, but that, like, works out my lats. Oh, I guess, like, you probably meant like this way, maybe? This will probably work out my triceps a little bit. Hmm. I don't know. um, NYC is in New York State, but yeah, uh huh. Okay, I'm just catching up. Hold up. Yeah, and voiced unhealthy sleep schedule, aka doesn't exist. I see, I see. Makes sense. Makes sense. Um, Ao, Ao. That is what I was supposed to call you, right? Ao. Like that's such a. I'm not saying that your name is a weird name. It's just like I'm just trying to get used to it. Um, Ao. That's so you are also 22. That's pretty sweet. What is life like in Nigeria for a 22-year-old. Honestly, I know nothing about Nigeria. So it's like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot you could teach me. Ow. I did. I I think I pulled my right shoulder muscle somehow while I was breakdancing or something. Because it's never been the same since. And I don't know if you'll be able to catch this on the microphone, but I can do that. I can like pop my shoulder, and it hurts every now and then. And I know for a fact that like physically I am weaker, on that side now. But when I went to the doctors, the orthopedics, to ask if there was like anything wrong with me, they told me that there was nothing wrong with me, and they just like they just told me to exercise less, and that's it. And so I don't know. Doctor wasn't very helpful. But anyways, yeah, right arm significantly weaker than it used to be. It's always been a bit weaker than my left because I'm left-handed, but like it's definitely weaker now. Post injury, I don't even know what I did to it, if I'm honest. It'd be dumb, but if right to not know your direction or purpose in life, this is the time for you to make mistakes and fail. Hey, that's great to hear. Honestly, you are clearly already very wise for your age. I feel like I can learn a lot from you. Honestly, it's been a struggle for me to kind of deal with that because I've heard those things before, and I understand it, right? It's not like I disagree with what you said. I fully, wholeheartedly agree with that. But it's just that kind of the issue that I've been struggling with is accepting that. It's one thing to learn and hear and understand what all of that means, but it's a completely other thing to kind of like internalize and accept that. So despite the fact that like it's okay for me to fail and to try many new things, I feel like once I got into college, I've been kind of overly consumed with this desire to figure out what it is that I want as quickly as possible, as early as possible. And that kind of, long and short, it kind of just fucked everything up for me. Kind of hurt me in the short run, I think, because I was so fixated on trying to like figure out what I'm passionate about as quickly as I can that I kind of got blindsided by that. And I, ironically, this is really stupid. I just look back at my stream, and all you can see is just like my body. You can't even see my face as I'm talking. This is a terrible setup. Let me try and adjust this real quick. But yeah, as I was saying, like I feel like my entire college experience has just been me trying as many things as I can, and even though it was okay for me to fail, I kind of convinced myself that it wasn't okay to fail. Because if I failed, then that meant that I would have wasted all this time, and that I picked the wrong direction, and that like it just wasn't acceptable for me. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's been that's been something I've been having to deal with. Um, duh. Yeah. I think what made it worse for me though is that because I kind of already had this fixation with creating content, or just being in the entertainment sphere. Um, so when I first got into college, I study this major called Industrial and Labor Relations, which is kind of like if you took business and you took psychology and law and you kind of combined it all into one major. And basically what you get is a lot of people who go into law school, and a lot of people who go into human resources, and like union stuff as well. And so, with all of that in mind, the reason I chose to do that major was because I thought I wanted to go into K-pop, but not as like a K-pop artist, but more so on the business side, and kind of help build an HR infrastructure within the K-pop industry, because at that time there was a lot of talk and discussion about how K-pop artists got, or they were treated poorly, and the irony in the fact that these K-pop idols are living such poor working conditions, and are actually just pawns in a business scheme, and like they're the weakest players in the entire industry, but yet despite that they're idolized, and I just thought that that irony, there was something wrong with that irony, and so I wanted to go in there and like kind of help that somehow, and that's why I chose to go into this major. But after a little bit, I started kind of exploring other things, like the creative aspect of the entertainment industry. So I started making my own music. I started doing a little bit of graphic designing, and what else did I do? I started breakdancing, and all of those things eventually led to me trying my hand at YouTube for the first time. I guess like 2 years now. It's been 2 years already since I first made my first YouTube video. But after that, I kind of found out that I'm more interested in the creative aspect rather than the business aspect. And because it's already the first, what am I trying to say? This was the first time that I actually tried my hand at something creative, and I really wanted to push myself once I got into college, because I thought college is going to be the last chance I'll get to try anything creative. And so I intentionally picked as many things as I could to try, and I ended up liking all of it. And I couldn't really choose whether or not I wanted to like pursue a career in music or dancing or graphic designing. And I just felt like for somebody who only just started doing these things in college, I might not be the most qualified to do it as a career. So maybe if I did YouTube, then I can make a career out of all of these things, and not necessarily needing to be a master in any of them. That was my mindset. And so, what am I trying to say? Holy shit, I feel like I haven't done anything. I'm still out of breath. But I've been so I've been working on these things in college, and I felt like I kind of like all of these, the creative aspect more than the business aspect. And then I got the idea to maybe try my hand at YouTube. And then because of that one like idea, because of that thought, I ended up kind of putting all of my chips on that. I kind of put all of my eggs into that basket, and I kind of saw YouTube as a necessity. I needed to succeed in YouTube, because that's kind of the path that I managed to forge myself in college. And if I didn't do that, then I was gonna fail. And it just kind of felt like that was the only option that I had, because I kind of like, I didn't give up on my major. I'm still learning, and I'm gonna graduate with the same major, but my interest has completely changed. And because of my interest changing, it felt like I had to completely start from square one. And because I was starting at square one, whereas everybody else around me, all of my peers, are essentially building on things that they have already been doing for the past 12 grades of school, I felt like I was definitely way behind. And if I were to ever try and catch up to them, then I needed to go at breakneck speeds. And so that's kind of like how I convinced myself that I didn't have a lot of time, and why to me, despite everybody saying that like, oh, your early 20s and your college years are this time that you should be trying as many things as possible and like being okay with failing and failing a lot. I kind of convinced myself that I absolutely could not do that because I felt like I didn't have a backup or a backup plan because I was starting something completely new. And if I didn't succeed in this thing, then I would essentially just like be behind everybody else. And so that's kind of how I felt. And I don't know, it all sounds, in retrospect, now that I've already lived through the experience, it all sounds very dumb, maybe. But like in the moment, I felt very just like lost in that momentum. Um, is it proper to call it momentum? I don't really like. I don't know if I even got anywhere, but like in that mindset, I should say, I got caught in that mindset, and it was hard for me to kind of see anything outside of that mindset because I was so deeply entrenched in that mindset, in my own mindset, uh, and so I couldn't really like find inner peace, as you might say. I don't know, and so after taking a leave of absence for a little bit, I feel like I managed to cool my head down a little bit, and now I'm still like I still want to do YouTube as a career. I still want to do content creation as a career. This like whole streaming thing, also like I would love to make it into a career, but like now I see it with a bit more I don't want to say that I'm necessarily wiser. I don't really know if I'm wiser per se, but I just feel like I have a bit more lived experience and I don't feel as rushed anymore. Like, I am now okay with not necessarily finding YouTube success fresh, not even fresh out of college, before I graduate college. I'm a lot more okay with that, and I'm a bit more open to failing. But that doesn't mean that failing is any easier. Like I still have a hard time accepting failure. But oh gosh, it's very sweaty. This was a terrible idea. I shouldn't have done this. I'm a mess now. But yeah, so it's kind of how I've been feeling. Um, it's been a very long time since I've stopped talking. did that did that answer any questions or anything? Like, why did I start talking about that? I mean, ah, I've done so much. Maybe. Like I've done a lot, but I don't know if it was like if there's anything to show for it. That's kind of like how I feel. Um, I feel as though drink some water. Okay, yeah, I'll drink some water. Cause I've done. I guess like if I put everything down on a piece of paper, maybe there would be a lot that I can jot down, but in terms of the actual like brevity or in terms of the depth and the impact that it will have on my life, that's a bit less clear cut as of now. So I don't know. Like, is it necessarily a good thing to have done a lot if they don't really if you if they if you don't take advantage of that to like grow? I don't know. That's still yet to be seen, I guess. Um, Ao and I are the two most humble people you've met. Oh, surely not. Surely not. Just gonna take a lot of effort to make streaming into a career. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I feel like I'm being very naive when I say stuff like that because I've heard the statistics from people and I think the statistics are around like 99% of all streamers are going to fail and they won't be able to make it into a viable career. And like, I hear that, but I guess it just hasn't really hit me yet. To me, it just sounds like a statistic, but it doesn't. It's not a statistic that necessarily impacts me, and maybe it's just because I have a hard time associating myself with many things, and so I don't know. Like, it could work. It could. It most likely won't work, but just that possibility and that chance in itself is just, no matter how small the chance, that's already enticing enough. And so I really just want to keep pushing and trying, because I just feel like content creation. Now, this could just be me speaking out of my own ass, but like I do feel like I could make YouTube and content creation into a viable career, and it's something that fits me well. It's something that I have the potential of doing good at. I'm not sure if that was proper grammar, but I don't know. Just out of all the things that I am interested in and all the skills that I have managed to develop over the years, I think YouTube kind of aligns itself well with kind of me. And I would really love for it to work. Oh, Ao, do you also have huge water bottles? Everybody here has been talking about how crazy it is that I have a big water bottle. But like, to me, like, I didn't think it was that big of a thing. Like, but there are thousands of people streaming live right now with less than one viewer. That in itself is insane to me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is true. That is true. Um, that is true. But I don't know. I don't know. I feel like, what is the what is the practical difference between a streamer with one viewer versus a streamer with, like, what's the view count on my stream right now? 7 viewers? Like, what is the is that a big difference? Like, yeah, I guess so. Like, it's a sevenfold difference. Like, I guess my audience is 7 times larger than a person with one viewer. But like, is that, what does that amount to? I don't know. Like, maybe I'm just being overly cynical. But like, I should be absolutely grateful, and I am grateful to have even just 7 viewers. But to go from 7 viewers to even just 70 viewers is huge. And then to go from that to 700 viewers is even bigger. And to start being considered successful on Twitch, you need to go to 7,000, right? And then that will be considered a pretty big number. But that's 1,000 times larger than what I'm at, and I'm only 7 times larger than a person with one viewer. And so I don't know, like, one viewer, 7 viewer, in the grand scheme of things, does that make a difference? Oh, my bottle is bigger than yours. Okay. I don't really think I have a way with words. I think I just have a lot of words. And so every now and then, once in a blue moon, I'll have a string of words that makes sense. But I don't necessarily think I'm good with words. Um, oh gosh, I don't really know. Voice, you say that I'm easy to listen to, but I'm not entirely convinced. Like, I have a very high pitched voice. My voice tends to crack quite a bit. I don't know. I feel like I've listened to your voice. Your voice is very soothing. I feel like you have a timbre that is just very good for broadcasting. Um, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if I have necessarily a good voice for that. Ayo, you will not beat me in terms of your water bottle size. Uh, don't even try. It is futile. Puts me ahead of a lot more people. That's true. Uh, an average of 20 viewers. Yeah, honestly, like I think double digit viewers does seem like a lot. Uh, I actually agree with you. I think a lot. It is in a very good position. People are with average of 20 viewers is in a very good position. Um, but I guess like I don't know. I think it's just because I'm very inexperienced with Twitch and I just don't have a lot of know-how. But like I wonder how easy it is to go from 20 viewers to triple digits after that, or even just like 50 viewers. I keep thinking of in terms of like digit quantities, but there's a sizable difference between somebody with 20 viewers and 50 viewers, even if the numerically it doesn't look like a lot. But if you actually think about it, somebody streaming to 20 viewers versus 50 viewers is they're streaming to somebody like that audience has grown more than 100%. So that's a huge increase. And so I don't know, like I guess by that in that regard, so then like yeah, somebody with 20 viewers is significantly better off than me because that's almost 3 times as large as my audience, and that's also a huge increase as well. Um, your problem is you curse too much. Oh, I guess that could be problematic if you're trying to like monetize content. I guess. Um, hmm. I'm trying to think about all the big streamers that I know, and it is true that many of them choose not to swear, but that doesn't mean that they don't swear. Um, and I don't know like how big of a detriment it is to your channel and your growth potential if you are like marketed as a streamer who swears a lot. Because I know a lot of big streamers who definitely do swear a lot. Um, well, I guess nobody in terms of like at the tippity top. I don't think any of them necessarily swear that much. Uh, I know Shroud famously stopped swearing to be more kid friendly, but I don't really know if that's like if everybody went that route. My voice can be on a TV show or something. Ugh, I don't know, man. You're blowing me up pretty big. I don't know about that. I will say though, I did try to try my hand at a radio show once, cause on campus we have a live radio show, and so I was on live like DJ. I was a DJ for a little bit, and then on top of that, I also had like my own online radio show. There was only one listener from Turkey, out of all places. Uh, but like, I don't really know. I feel like out of everything that I did for that radio show, my actual performance as a DJ was the weakest part. Like, I even made a website for it and everything. Like, it was, I went in real hard on that radio show. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Growth on YouTube is super easy compared to growth on Twitch. Yes, absolutely. Ayo, you are not going to beat me. you will not. You will not beat me. If you buy a big water bottle, I'm just gonna buy an even bigger bottle just to stay on top. Like I've, I'm slowly becoming the guy known for a big water bottle. Like it's a part of my image, and I will not have you take that away from me. um, you're not consistent in pushing new content, it becomes really hard to grow from double to triple. Yeah, yeah, agreed. Um, and I also agree, YouTube video is up 24/7. Um, Definitely easier than on Twitch. Uh, oh, really? That is a huge difference. That is a huge difference. And I guess from a viewer perspective, I guess that makes sense. I can understand why it might be difficult to watch somebody who curses excessively. Um, duh, I'm just trying to keep up with this conversation that you guys are having. Don't mind me eavesdropping on your conversation. uh, Done. It's 2 a.m. Have you hit the hay? Oh, I have to hit the hay. Thank you for coming over to pick your brain. Oh, okay. Yeah, Ao, thanks for stopping by. It was great to meet a new face today. Um, I didn't see your face, but like it was great to meet someone new. Um, have a good night. Thank you for staying late just to be with me. Um, I don't know. Yeah, thank you so much. Uh, Good night. Hopefully, I'll see you soon. Definitely, we'll try to stream a bit more consistently. Um, See how that goes. And I'll just hopefully we get to know each other a little bit more later on. Like I just feel like more than trying to make Twitch into a career or anything like that, I'm just really glad to have been able to meet new people. And I hope that I can hopefully like this will amount to something more than just like you showing up on my Twitch chat one day. Like I don't know, it's just really cool to meet new people. So good shit. I might know a lot more about business. I don't know. I mean, I studied it a little bit in college, but I don't know. Yeah, Ao, thank you. I appreciate you too. So I don't know. Good night. See you soon. Um, Hopefully, I don't know what I keep trying to say. I just keep trying to drag this out because I need to keep talking. Sorry, I don't mean to hold you up. Okay, bye bye. Okay, what do I do? What do I do? Okay, actually, if you guys don't mind, I am going to use this opportunity to use the restroom because I haven't used the bathroom in over 4 hours. So I am, if you don't mind, I'm just going to quickly uh, come back from using the bathroom. I do realize I need something as like this intermission thing. Like when I'm away, I need something. Um, I haven't thought about that. I'll have to think about that for my next stream. Let me jot that down real quick. Um, da, da, da. Uh, Big Star. Um, Find music slash stuff to do when you're off camera. Cool. Asterisk. Okay. Well. Anyways, what do I do? I guess I could go. I guess you could just stay here. Okay. Mike. Okay, I'm back. See, here, nomming on some pizza. I would love some pizza, honestly. I really, really would love some pizza. Um, that's something I've been missing because I'm from Chicago too, right? Like Chicago style pizza. Oh, I've been craving that real badly. Um, but what can you do? How tall am I? I am very short. The last time I checked, which was a while ago, I was 5'3", so very very short. I'm on the short end. I'm on the fun sized end, as some people would say. But that's just them being nice. I'm just I'm just very short. Lamau, what are you lamauing at my 5'3" for? I'm sorry, I didn't. What do you mean lamau? Uh, but yeah, I'm very short. I want to say that I blame my genetics for it, but there's definitely a me aspect to it too. Like I definitely uh was I did not treat my sleep schedule very kindly. Um, so I definitely shot myself in the foot um, with my height over the past couple of years. So I could have been maybe a bit taller, but like a bit taller means like maybe at most like an inch or two. So at most I probably would have been like 5'5" or 5'6". So I don't know. That's kind of how I'm thinking about it. But like I don't know. Yeah. Uh, speaking about the bed, also, yeah. If you're 5'11", this bed, you're definitely not gonna fit in this bed. Your head will be up against that wall, and your feet will be up against the glass wall over here. It's not gonna be a fun time. If your back wasn't hunched, you'd be about 6'1", 6'2". Yeah, honestly, I believe it. I believe it. I think a lot of people kind of get into that. Like that just kind of happens to them. Um, and it's all these things that you kind of look back on with a bit of regret, I guess. But like, what can you do? You know, like it's hard to kind of keep yourself from hunching over all the time, especially when you play games so often too. So I don't know. The way I justify it is like everything has an opportunity cost, right? So the opportunity cost of sleeping on time and growing a couple inches was the amount of time that I spent rather doing homework and studying late into the night, and then waking up early to go like get extra homework help from school before class and stuff like that. So while I might not be tall physically, I would like to think I am tall mentally. But with that said, I'm probably still just like putting that all to waste because now I want to do YouTube instead of like doing law or or science or something. I don't know. Uh, oh well, whatever. If I manage to get successful on YouTube, I can still make a living off of doing YouTube and still putting my brain into use learning stuff like science and law anyway and make YouTube content out of that. So maybe it's a win-win scenario all around. Uh, we'll have to see about that. But yeah, 5'3". It's really unfortunate too because like my brother, I think he's like 5'7", so he's like 4 inches taller than me, but he's younger. And he's granted he and I have been very close in height our entire life, and so everybody already knew he was going to grow up taller than me, just from that fact alone. But like, still, like, I could have grown a bit taller, cause like it was definitely possible, genetically, cause like my brother is proof of that. Like he could grow tall, so maybe like I had the potential of growing taller too. I don't know. I don't know. Granted, neither of my parents are on the tall side anyway. So I guess, like I guess uh, it makes sense that I grew up short as well. But like, oh well. Uh, Healthy and unhealthy. I'm way too underweight right now. Dangerous levels due to life stress. Today was like 3,600 calories. Oh, huh. Well, I hope you're eating all right, man. That seems bad. Yeah. Hmm. Honestly, I've never had an issue with like weight problems because I've been consistently the same weight for like multiple years. The distribution of that weight has changed quite a bit because earlier on, I was a very athletic kid, so my body fat percentage was pretty low. But over the past couple of years in college, I haven't been working out nearly as much, and so while I stay consistently the same weight, I definitely probably lost like some muscle mass and gained a bit of like fat. But over the past 6 months, actually, while I was living alone in Korea, I definitely did lose a lot of weight. I lost 2 pounds of weight, which to me is a lot because my weight doesn't fluctuate like at all. And so losing 2 pounds is pretty sizable for me. And that's like all muscle mass. So I don't know. But like I've never had to worry about like forcing myself to eat calories or forcing myself to not eat calories. I actually have never counted calories in my life, so I don't actually know how that's like how that feels. But I hope you're eating all right. I don't like that sounds like kind of problematic, to say the least. Especially with life stress, stress can really do you for like a doozy. Honestly, it could ruin everything about your life. Like everything will just like life might be going great, and then just suddenly, it all just goes to shit. I don't know. 5'3", you can't reach half the shelves. Yeah. Actually, I take that back. I can reach exactly half the shelves. I can reach half the shelves, and the other half, like, it was never been a problem for me because, like, what household doesn't have stools? If you need a stool to like reach a cabinet, then you can just reach. You can just get a stool. But like, I don't know. Growing up, I have never needed like I've never seen a problem with being short. Probably because I've been short my whole life. I've been like most kids are short, and so most of my life has been my childhood, and so I've been like short my entire life, I guess. And so like I'm pretty used to it. I've never had any problems with it, and even now as like an adult, like it's still the same old, same old. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like being short, you have a lower center of gravity too. And I hear shorter people live longer because they get less back problems and shit. So like I don't know. Like, I don't know. Yeah, never had an issue with being short though. I guess like maybe now this is completely conjecture. Like I don't have any experience with this, but like maybe if like I needed like if I was interested in dating, then maybe like girls would prefer guys who are taller, and like I'd have trouble in the dating scene. I wouldn't really know, but like because I've never tried. But like I don't know, maybe like I can see that, but like that has nothing to do with like my quality or standard of living. Like that has like that's kind of a separate thing on its own for now, at least. Um, I don't know. Uh, oh, dating like oh, you said exactly that. Yeah. Maybe. Uh, I guess that's honestly a bridge that I'll have to deal with once I get there, because like I haven't dealt with the dating scene. And the last time that I did date was like in eighth grade, and there was a bit of uh, an interesting thing that happened during that phase of my life, which kind of barred me from wanting to date afterwards. But like, I don't know. Yeah, not really just and not really something on my mind right now. At least you don't see it as a downside. Yeah, Yeah, like honestly, I never had to deal with it as a downside because like it just never bothered me. Maybe it's because I live such a sheltered life that like these things just never had the opportunity to bother me because I live such a sheltered life. But I don't know. It's about 15 pounds in 2 months. Yo, dude. I mean, honestly, I don't. I'm not in any position to really like say anything on that matter. But like that sounds like a bit of a. That sounds very concerning to lose 15 pounds in 2 months. Um, I don't know, man. Like, hope you're doing. Hope you're doing okay. I don't know what else to say. Um, Geez, I don't know. That feels. I don't know. Like that just kind of makes me feel bad. Um, hmm, I don't know. I guess like so, but like obviously, I'm gonna assume like you're not like trying to dirty bulk or anything like that, where you're just trying to eat as many calories as possible. Um, like, are you at least um, a little bit picky with the calories that you're putting in? Because like when you're trying to dirty bulk while you're underweight could lead to more health problems than like health benefits. And I feel like most people say dirty bulking is only beneficial if it's an absolute necessity for people who are already of a healthy mass and they need to gain more mass for like say like a bodybuilding competition or something like that. But like I don't know, most people say that you should never dirty bulk, or at least that's from what I heard. I haven't really gotten myself familiarized with the fitness scene in a very long time. You're good mentally now, but 3 months ago, yikes, yikes. Well, I'm glad that you're okay now. I think that's great. Like I'm glad that things are looking up. Um, yeah, it's a bit tough. It's a bit tough. Uh, Honestly, I'm not very good with like these mental talks and stuff like that because it's something that I just don't know how to deal with very well. I feel like I've dealt with it personally for a fairly long time, but and I thought like maybe because I dealt with it, that I'd be like better at talking with people about things like that and like learning how to handle it when other people are feeling that way. But I had to go through all of that like basically on my own, and I didn't. I don't really think I learned how to deal with it necessarily, and how like what to say to people to like kind of help with that, or like maybe just like not to like say something offensive. Like I think that's kind of like my biggest fear. Like I'm just afraid I'm gonna say something and like it's gonna completely come off wrong and like it's going to be offensive and it might do like more harm than good. But I don't know. I'm just glad that you say that you're feeling okay and that's great. Uh, Honestly, I see. Yeah, meal replacements and stuff like that. Have you heard of Huel? Huel. I tried Huel for a little bit because they had this promotion where like the first 2 bags that you get, like you get a discount for it. So I tried it. It didn't taste very good. Uh, and at the end of the day, that's kind of just like the I just couldn't really keep up with it because it just didn't taste very good. Supposedly very healthy for you and also very sustainable. So it's like really good and all, but like I don't know. Couldn't really deal with it because of how it tasted, and I just couldn't get used to the taste. Meal replacement shakes, just the entire concept of drinking your food is something that I just need to get used to, cause like even with like a lot of meal replacement things or just like protein shakes even like you take a cup and like you shake it with like powder and like water or whatever, and then you shake it and like they have like it breaks it up supposedly, but you still get lumps of powder that like didn't necessarily dissolve into the water, and like I don't know, it's just, something about it is very off-putting, and I just can't really overcome that. Like it just feels a bit gross. Maybe if I put it in a blender, it'll be a lot better. But I haven't had access to a blender in years, so I wouldn't really know. Oh, it is Huel. Trying different things. If the aftertaste out. Yeah, yeah. Actually, now that you mention the Huel aftertaste, that is also one thing that I just couldn't really deal with. With Huel, it's just like it had an aftertaste to it, and I just could never get used to it. Smooth with the shaker cup. Oh, you have? Um, Honestly, I would be like sure. I guess I'd be interested in learning. Like I don't know if I'll ever pick up Huel again, but I might, and it might be practical for like other things, like maybe if I need protein shakes or something or stuff like that. Um, Actually, one way that I used to try and get Huel down was I would mix it with a protein shake as well, because the protein powder tasted a lot better than the Huel powder did. Um, and like that kind of worked, but that meant that I had to buy more protein powder uh, along with Huel, and I just couldn't really afford that. Um, but yeah, I'm still a part of the Huel newsletter actually, so I still get emails from Huel, and I hear they have a bunch of new flavors and stuff. They have like a chocolate flavored Huel, they have like other flavored Huels, and they even have like Huel shakes, like smoothie shakes that they sell in bottles, and they have like a whole line of products now. So like I guess they managed to grow successful. When I first got Huel, they were still relatively new. Like they were still in their like Kickstarter phase or something like that. Not necessarily Kickstarter, but they were still like a very young company. And now it seems like they're doing a lot better, which is cool. I think like I appreciate their mission, and I'm completely on board with it. I just don't like the product. But like I appreciate their mission, and I appreciate the company and what they're doing. Um, Include that with the aftertaste deletion. Well, I'll have to find the Reddit post. Oh, you got it as a gift. Yo, that's a pretty good gift though. Like I think one of those things about like trying new things, especially like subscription based things, is that you don't know if they're gonna be good or not. So it's a bit hard to like commit to something. Especially you don't want to like put money into something that you don't like, and like you get like a pretty big box of it too. So like having it as a gift, that sounds like a very practical and useful gift. So that was a very smart gift decision on whoever gifted you that. That's pretty cool. Oh, do they use artificial sweetener? I'm sure that they do. Like I actually didn't bother reading the nutrition or like the ingredients list. I just remember they had a lot of grains and stuff in it, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's fine. Um, Artificial sweeteners. Oh, sativa. Oh my gosh, yeah, they use that in Huel. I didn't know that. Um, that's kind of yeah. That stuff is nasty. That stuff is nasty. I tried going on a keto diet, and I needed to get rid of all those carbs and stuff, but I still wanted to like see if it was possible to make sweets and stuff like that. And so, uh, one of the sugar replacements that I looked into was like sativa. I think you're spelling it right. I could be wrong, but like, and I remember seeing that and trying a packet of it, and it tasted nasty, like just straight up nasty. There was nothing redeeming about it, and it just ruined everything that I put it in. Yeah, kind of gross, kind of gross. I don't know. But of course I didn't buy it, so I'm stuck with the two bags and stuff, and it was like 80 bucks. Yeah, yeah, I'm completely with you there. The only reason I bought Huel was because they had a 50% discount for it. And so I'm just like, okay, sure, like 50%. I guess like that's reason enough for me. So I bought it, um, and it was nice. I still have the shaker around, I think. So I got a free shaker out of it, and I also got a free T-shirt out of it. So, like, I guess like that was all right. I can use the shaker for other things. I don't have to use it for Huel, I guess. And the T-shirt was not the prettiest T-shirt, but it was a T-shirt. So like if I needed pajamas or something, I guess I could wear that. Um, yeah, Huel. I did not expect to have a conversation about Huel uh, at all, like at all. So that's interesting. Mm. Paint the shirt. Oh, that's not a bad idea. If only I had paint. If only I had access to paint materials and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I've just been kind of stuck in Korea. I feel like I lived in Korea long enough to be considered a resident, but I've been living as a tourist for the entirety of the year. So everything is just a bit uncomfortable. I'm lacking all the stuff that I need and all the stuff that I want, and I'm hesitant to buy anything because I know I'm gonna have to move back to the United States, and so it's all just a bit, yeah, I don't know. Um, uh, oh. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Mm. Oh yeah. Speaking of the speaker box, how's the speaker box? I remember we talked about it briefly on my previous stream, but like, I don't know. How's it going? Yo, it is super hot. It is really, really hot. The longer I sit down, the worse and worse it starts to get. I don't know. Like, it's gross. I need to take a shower as soon as I'm done streaming. Yeah. Also, just experimenting with smaller designs. Haven't committed to building one yet. Oh, I see. Got it. Makes sense. Makes sense. I see. I see. Uh, oh, that's another thing that I noticed about streaming. Sorry, I'm just changing the topic. I'm just kind of bouncing all over the place. But like, I looked over at some streams, and a lot of streamers. I'm not gonna say most streamers, but a lot of streamers stream for an obscenely long time. Maybe it's not an obscenely long time for other streamers, but like for me, just like as an outsider looking in, some of these people stream for like 7 to 12 hours at a time, and that just seems kind of ridiculous to me, cuz like how can you be sitting and just sit like streaming something for like 8 hours? That's essentially an 8-hour workday. So you're streaming for 8 hours. And like what are you doing in those 8 hours? Surely, like, that just feels like a very long time to be streaming. I've been streaming for like what 4 hours, and I feel like I've been streaming for the entire day. And then there are people who are streaming for twice this long. Like, what do they stream about? Like, it's crazy. And it's only now, it's only after like I had that thought that like what Ludwig did was absolutely preposterous to me. Like, it just, like, the brevity or like the significance and the impressiveness of what Ludwig did with like his subathon really started to sink in after like I realized uh, most people stream for like 8 hours, and that's like considered kind of normal. That's just ridiculous to me, because I don't know, I just did not think you could possibly do something for that long. And granted, Ludwig, he just streamed his life, and so like a lot of it was him sleeping. There was a lot of time where he wasn't even on camera, and he just did like all kinds of other things like working out on stream and stuff like that. So like he just did try to live his normal life while also streaming at the same time. But still, just like it just feels bizarre to like set up a camera and like live your life. I don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, if the streamers love what they do, 14 hours is doable every day. GTA roleplay is easy to do that on. Yeah, yeah, I get that. I get that. But like, and granted, it's not like I'm a stranger to sitting and doing something for like 14, sometimes even 18 hours straight. I remember, even with like building all the stream elements that I've made, like this took me 24 hours. I was literally sitting in this chair for 24 hours, just doing this. But like, to think that I would be entertaining for 14 hours, that feels insane to me. I can't quite fathom that yet. Because right now, just like, despite only streaming for 4 hours, I feel like frankly, I'm starting to feel a bit exhausted. You used to do 14 hours. It was hell. Honestly, it sounds like hell. It sounds like hell, to be streaming for that long. 20 to 30 followers a day? Yo, wow. Wow, were you streaming Crunker the whole time? Like, were you just streaming that game for 14 hours a day? That's a lot of gaming a day. Like, I don't know, that's also just kind of crazy to think about. The key is to have other people around to help fill the dead space. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's so much harder to do anything really, without some kind of like somebody else there with you. Like even with my YouTube videos, my Thanks 2020 video, it would not have been possible to make that video without some help. And now that I'm trying to do a video without help, everything is just like, yeah, like the physicality and like all the practical elements, are harder, but also just from like an emotional, and like a motivational standpoint, having somebody there with you to do things with just makes everything feel so much, easier and more manageable to do, and much more enjoyable to do as well. And I feel like that's kind of what I've been lacking, just in life in general. I guess. I guess I think what I'm just trying to say is that I'm lonely, and I've come to terms with that. I've noticed that I'm lonely, and I don't know what to do about it. So I'm just saying it out into the void, into the void that is Twitch. But yeah, yeah, Crunker. Like, do you like Crunker? Is that something? Am I allowed to ask that? Like, if you're streaming this game, for multiple hours at a time, like surely you must like the game, right? That's why you keep playing it so much. What kind of help do I need? Help? I think just like a lot of life help. Like I don't really know if I can quantify or like explain what kinds of help that I need. In terms of like the video that I'm going to be making for YouTube, I did try to intentionally make all of my shots doable with a standing still camera. So all the shots that would require some dynamic movement, I try to limit those, as much as possible, and try to stay within the realm of what I know is possible to do by myself. And granted, those are things that I only learned, after I made my Thanks 2020 video, because that's the video that I realized, oh, so these are the shots that I can make, with by myself, and these are the shots that I absolutely need someone else's help with. And so, at least for my, day in a life movie that I'm making, I try to limit, all of the shots, or as many shots as possible, to static shots, and try to limit camera movement. So there's that. Yeah, and then in terms of just like other help, like I think just having a friend is the best form of help, because a friend is always there, and they're if you need some kind of support. Support, be it that like motivational or just like something informational. If there's somebody there who can be there for you all the time, then that's like kind of the best. And right now, I just been kind of lacking friends recently because I've been stuck in a country where all of my friends are in a completely different country that's on a completely different time zone, and it's been difficult because of like COVID. COVID is COVID just made it a bit harder to meet people, and even if COVID wasn't a thing, I'm hesitant to say that I would have done a good job of making friends anyway, because I think the social anxiety really does like ramp up by like 20-fold when you're in a country where you aren't fluent in the language. So I already have a hard time connecting with people in English. So surely it will be much harder to do that in your second language. So definitely a bit troublesome in that regard. I despise Crunker. Oh my gosh. The devs are brain dead. Brain dead? Why do you keep playing it then if you hate this if you hate the game so much? Just too many cheaters and the devs gave up on anti-cheat 2 years ago. The game is good. I see. I can understand that. There are plenty of games I feel like that are good fundamentally, but are ruined ultimately by like the community that plays it, or maybe like the prevalence of hackers, or like the lack of care from development. So that's really unfortunate. But like, if you hate Crunker so much, why do you keep playing it? Why not just like play a different game? Actually, I feel like only because we talked about Rust a little bit before, but I feel like Rust was kind of like that. Because when OTV started playing Rust, there was originally a lot of pushback from OG Rust players because they felt like the game had to be played a certain way. And that was like, Rust is fundamentally a good game, but I felt like it was a bit limited because of the community surrounding it. And then OTV kind of just like broadened that community a little bit and managed to give the game new life, which was really good for the game fundamentally, I think. I don't know what the state of Rust is like nowadays, so like I don't know. I really am in no position to have any say in the matter, I guess. I don't know. Crunker has a Twitch loophole. Really? What? What does that mean? What do you mean it has a Twitch loophole? Is that like what? So you're saying that playing Crunker on Twitch gives you a specific advantage that playing other games won't give you? I can get into it more in the DMs. It's not against TOS. I see. I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I just find it kind of fascinating that you hate the game, but you keep playing it and you keep streaming it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like most people would just choose to move on to a different game. So surely there's something about Crunker that like all the streamers hate the game. Man, what a bizarre enigma. I didn't really think that was something uh, that happened, but here I am. I didn't know there was a game that people hated but kept playing because of some certain like some reason beyond just enjoyment that keeps them attracted to the game. Crunker is addicting. Is need to listen more to the players. I get that. I get that. I can understand that. Honestly, I'm not that big of a gamer. So I don't really know like necessarily the addicting qualities of a game, or like what makes a good game. Because I just I don't play a lot of games. But I'll take your word for it. I feel like certainly there is a draw to the game if you keep playing it for this long. New games, new maps, new guns, anti cheat. Yeah, yeah. I get that. I get that. So I'm assuming the game is like kind of dead then. Um, if you say that the devs gave up on anti cheat 2 years ago, does that mean that the devs just kind of like is the game just kind of like over? Like, are there any updates to the game still? So like, are the devs still working, or is the game purely alive because of the players? I guess is what I'm trying to ask. Um, Dying, then a YouTuber comes along and breathes 30,000 new people into it. Oh, I see, I see. Huh. Okay, so I guess Crunker does have some viewership. That sounds neat. Um, Honestly, I've personally never heard of the game, but I from the gameplay that I watched from your channel, it does seem like a fun game. Um, I don't really know if I'll ever play it. Granted, I don't think I'll be playing any games at all for a very long time. But like, I think it's interesting. Um, so, can I just ask, did you build your career off of Crunker? Like, did you build your entire Twitch stream off of that one game? I look exhausted. Um, yeah, I guess when you spell it out like that, I guess maybe I do look exhausted. I I'm already forgetting his name. Holy cow. Maybe I am exhausted. But he also said that I looked exhausted. Actually, that's the first. That's like one of the first thing he said when he came into stream. I thought that was kind of rude, but I mean, maybe he speaks the truth. Um, I guess I am kind of exhausted. I think I look more exhausted because I look grimy as fuck. Uh, like I'm sweaty. I'm nasty. I've been up for well over 24 hours, and yeah, I don't know, but I definitely don't think I look the best. I've played many different games. I have my core sort of audience that sticks around for any game genre, but the bulk of the 1,400 followers raids, hosts, and Crunker. Not to mention me raiding other channels. I see. I see. Oh, oh, wait. Okay, so not when you mentioned that, I actually okay, so I realized that last time when I ended my stream, I just ended it. But I want to can I like can I raid another streamer? Like can I do that? And like is there a limit to that? Like can I raid any streamer? Cuz like I want to try raiding someone. Like I want to try doing that. Uh but how do I do that? Like, am I allowed to do that? Who should I raid? You can, but I'm the only active person, so kind of useless. I see, I see. But like, even so, if I raid someone, doesn't that mean that like their viewership like shoots up by 8 anyway, even if there's only one active watcher? Or like, how does that work? Dang, you were very quick with that spam. Holy shit. But yes, okay. With Twitch, if you raid someone with like far more followers, uh, far more people than you, uh, it's seen as clout chasing. If you raid someone with like 2 viewers and you're at 20, they may see it as an attack. Huh. Interesting. So then, like, what do you do? How do you do that? Like, how do you do that? Sorry, I'm speaking absolute nonsense. How do you walk that fine line? Uh, you have like three or more talkers, that are respectful, raids and hosts are dope. I get that. I get that. So then, like, but like, so as I was saying, like, if even if I don't have active viewers, like, is a raid still helpful to the person who's getting raided? Cause like, at least it means that their viewership goes up. Uh, I don't really, I don't quite understand how that might work or not, or whatever. Um, Also, uh, ow. Oh, I don't know how much of it you can see, but like, if you see me scratching a lot, it's because uh I have eczema. Um, I don't know why I felt like I had to explain that to you, but like, I do. Um, uh, to raid a channel, you do slash raid XYZ identical name. To host, it's slash host identical name. If you host a channel with 2 viewers, your lurkers will carry over there. If you raid, then their account gets shoved into that person's channel. If you host the viewers, your lurkers will carry over. But if you raid, uh, then their account gets shoved into that person's channel. What does that mean? You can host and raid more times an hour than most people would try. So that's a thing. However, when you raid, the people leave your channel. If you host and that person is unappreciative, you can unhost and host a new guy. Huh. Okay, okay, okay. Um, I'm still kind of lost. But so so are you saying that when I host someone, they don't leave my channel, but the views are sent over to the person I hosted? Versus a raid when all the viewers are specifically taken to that other person's channel. Is that like, am I getting that right? Um, uh, Raid equals anyone with an account gets taken to new guy. Host, all currently viewers just sees the new guy. Okay, I see. So if they see the new guy, I'm talking about a host, that means that they stay on my channel, correct? But it's just that my channel is now uh, showing that person's stream. Is that how that goes? Also, what is the fundamental difference between the two? Because they feel very similar, so I don't really get like. So the 7 views will be carried to the other dude's account, but they physically stay on your channel until they click to go there. I see, I see, I see. Okay. But, okay. So then what's the... From a practical standpoint, what's the difference though? Raid still hosts the channel anyway, but with specifically host, the lurkers remain in your channel. I see. I see, I see. So, but like connotation wise though, they feel very specific. Like, oh, not specific. They feel very similar, cause like, so is there like a cultural difference between when somebody gets a raid versus when somebody gets a host? Like, is there a difference between those two, or can I just kind of treat them as similar but different only in these technical aspects, where in a host, the viewers stay on my channel, versus a raid where everybody is sent over to the other person's channel. I don't know. I just kind of, I don't know. I want to experience this whole raiding slash hosting thing. Like, I want to try it out. Uh, I don't know. Even if there's only, even if you're the only active person, I just kind of want to see what happens. If you want to calm down incoming spam to someone, you can just host them. Then people have to manually click over. It's less impactful than sending 3,000 plus people at one time. I see, I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. Do I have any Twitch friends? No, I am an absolute island in the middle of the ocean. I have no connections anywhere. The only I should probably like get into Twitch a little bit more, shouldn't I? Oh, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, cool, cool, awesome. Do 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 do. Okay, and then oh, I am physically exhausted. Ah, I need to start doing stuff. I need to start doing stuff. Streaming ideas. Why don't we do that? This stuff is not necessarily that important. Well, it is, but it's not the most important. So, here, I'll just go. I'll go. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's so annoying. Every time I change scenes, I have to change the audio. Why does it do that? Why you do that? Don't do that. 하지마. 하지마. Okay. 아무튼 let's let's what do we do? What was I doing? Fuck, I am losing my mind. Unfortunately, the art streamers I watch are not on. Oh well. Still, is there I would suggest holding off on Raisin's host until you have active folks, to be quite honest. Okay, well, if you say so. Alright, I mean, like, granted, I don't think it's a big. I don't really care too much about it. I just figured it'll be an interesting thing to do. But surely I will have plenty of opportunities in the future, so I guess it's fine. This way it actually helps someone out instead of a quick, like, 5 minute high. Yeah, true, true. I guess also in like the perspective of the person getting hosted or rated, I guess it does make a bit more sense for them too. It's more helpful if I have active viewers. True, true. I understand. All right. Well, in that case, I'm probably gonna end stream then. I have been streaming for just over 4.5 hours. This was an enjoyable 4.5 hours. I feel like I had a lot of fun and interesting conversations. Oh wait, hold on. Let me switch. Let me switch scenes real quick. Okay, am I here? Yeah, yeah. Let me switch scenes real quick. Anyways, it was a fun stream. I appreciate everybody who came over. It was very fun. I learned a lot. I feel like I talked a lot. And I'm just excited to have been able to do this. Every time I try streaming, I always get anxiety, and I just feel like, oh, I don't like I shouldn't stream because of like this or that reason. And uh, luckily today was a nice stream, and I thoroughly enjoyed every moment of it, and it felt very nice. And so I really appreciated uh, every moment of it, and so it was great. Um, Honestly, boys, you don't really have to bring more viewers over. I feel like you've already done a lot. So, I don't know. I just appreciate what you've already done. And hopefully, I'll be able to grow more and more, and I'll be able to meet more and more people. And streams will, my streams will just get more polished, more entertaining, and I can start adding value to other people's lives more through my streams. Uh, I don't know. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna be outgrowing you anytime soon, but like, thanks for the encouragement. I'll definitely be trying harder. But yeah, it was great. It was awesome experience. I will definitely be streaming more. Um, yeah, every time I stream, it's just always really fun, and it's always nice to talk to you and talk to other people. And so hopefully the next time I stream, things will look even better. I will be streaming even better, and everything just is nice. I don't know. I'm looking forward to the next stream. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go take a shower, take a very long shower probably, and then probably go to sleep. But yeah, I'll be seeing you. Goodbye. Stay safe. Good night. Good morning. Good evening. Uh, have a wonderful day. I need a catchphrase, don't I? I'll think of a clever catchphrase the next time I'm here. But yeah. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thanks for being here. Thanks for everything. I will see you guys all very, very soon. Thank you to you specifically, Voice Gamer. I'll see you soon. I also need an exit screen or ending soon scene, but like we can just go back to this one. Starting soon, ending soon. Okay. Goodbye, guys. Thank you. Bye bye.